Testing 1 2 3. Welcome in everybody, all you awesome people. Hopefully you can hear me. I am trying to scramble to get this together. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. Who do we have here? Lots of people, lots of chat to deal with. So let me make sure we got sound, and we'll be rolling. Let's see what we got going on here. All right, sounds good. We're ready to go. Thank you very much. So, who do we have here? Damn. Let me catch up with you guys. Let's see. We got starting over at the beginning. Let's see. Who do we have here? Let's see. ACV. What's up, ACV? Welcome in. All right. ACV. No Amos. It's a new day. What's up, sweet cheeks? Woman doing a shadow ban. What's up? Wow, JoJo's in the ER. Damn, JoJo. Hopefully you're feeling better. Linda K from across the ocean. What's up? Phoenix, Electric, Werecat, True the Network. What up? What up, Kathy S? Hey, Prof and chat. I will be listening. Well, please listen. You listen, you will learn. We have a lot to talk about. It sounds like it's going to be another good one. Thank you very much. Yeah, I have a lot to say once we get through this. What's up, Mar R? What's up, Big Fish? Here for Adrian. Damn, what about me? Come on, man. Let's be here for everybody. What's up, Big Fish? Who else we got in here? Christine DC. What up, Christine? Hello, everyone. All right. Hello, Lisa. DB. How's long? Yes. Okay, Adrian. What's up? Adrian's here early. What up? All right. Who else we got in here? Granny D. What up, Granny? Keep them in check in the chat, Granny. Get the ruler out. Smack anyone you need to on the hand or anywhere else you choose. All right. Phoenix says, I know this song. Yeah, it's called the StreamYard Canned Music No Effort Anthem. Yeah. What's up, Amy, with the flowers? What's up, Amy? Okay, you guys. You say it's the Dark Web Anthem remix. It's straight out of the can, Phoenix. I ain't put no effort into the music. That's the old Prof. Who cared? It's a new day, says evening, Prof Mods, and all the folks in the chat. Heather, you do need a wrench. I'll get you a wrench. Hold on. Okay. Mar R says no to the dark web. Well, unfortunately, half our Delphi folks have already put their private parts in the dark web, unfortunately. Would anybody like to adopt DB for me? Rehoming is only $20. You mean you'll pay them? You'll pay them? All right. Phoenix, just got back from California, went to see Pearl Jam and do some other amazing artists. Was off the grid for a few days, but I'm back. Well, Christine's back, y'all. All right. So what's up? Noe Amos. David Noe Ramos. What's up, Bonnie? Bonnie, I emailed you. What the hell? What the hell, Bonnie? You don't check your email? All right. Smash the like, please. Yes, everyone, please smash the like. We need you to smash the like and also smash the damn Cash App, please. I'm having a lot of issues, and I don't mean to beg, but help out the Cash App and the like buttons. What's up, Heather Brown? Lisa. Who else am I missing? Rebecca Ann. There she is. What's up, Rebecca? Rebecca Fur Baby Daddy. What up? Weird Alex V. What up, Alex? This is going to be a good one. Hey, we're in your territory tonight. Yeah, we don't know shit. Damn, come on this panel. Let's see. Who else we got here? Nancy Drew. What up, Nancy Drew? Gonna be glad to be here tonight. Thank you. What's up, Margaret? What's the most important notice thing of the dark web? Huh, you'll find out. What up, Thomas Scott? Royal Wee, what up? Saying hello to the Were Kitty. All right, what about the Were Prof? All right, guys. I think everyone. Oh, there we go, Dean Johnson. All right, didn't want to miss you. Anyone else? Veronica, what's up, Adrian? I hug you. Okay, thanks for hugging Adrian. What's up, Haunted Parlor? Good to see you back. Miss you, miss you. What's up, Elizabeth? Okay, what's up? Yeah, Dean says, Thomas, where you come from? Don't just jump in and scare everyone. All right, Amy says hello to everyone. There she is. Amy, what up? Thank you, Amy, for coming again tonight. Let's see. Now, have I caught up yet? Damn, you guys slow down. Let me catch up. Dang, that song was catchy. Damn, not that catchy. All right, what's up, Frenchie6290? No, it's not me playing. Like I say, I put zero effort into the music these days. That's last year's prof. This year, I just play the various preloaded free Muzak examples in the StreamYard platform. So you get what you pay for. I've been trying to ignore the possible dark web involvement in this case, but it appears I can no longer. It disgusts and angers me so much. And you will learn tonight. You will learn tonight. I promise you. I have a lot. I'm going to get to the intro. Just give me a minute to say hello to everybody. I don't like missing anyone. All right, Cromley. What up, Cromley? So you're not blocked. All right. Damn, nobody blocked Cromley. Okay, if you block Cromley, I'm taking the wrench. All right, so Digital, what up, Digital? Digital, we miss you too. Driving tonight. All right, do your lurk. Brutally honest, never seen you before, but welcome in. Welcome to the Prof Show. Enjoy the chat. It's the friendliest place in the true crime community, guaranteed. Rick H says, hooked on Muzak by Otis and the Elevators. You miss Good Vibes. Well, she comes around from time to time. I like to play her on Fridays. However, I've been giving her a little break. So let's see. Just read Fiend's comment. Oh, I read Fiend's comment. Yep. Okay, let's see what else we got. Heather's saying she'll smack you both. Well, she needs a wrench for that. Okay. So I saw the video with visuals of the neighborhood. People were blah, 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 blah. Big Fish, Amy, Tom Scott, DB, Dean Johnson. All right, so I'm not missing. Oh, what up? Cromley gives a $1.99 super sticker. Thank you, Cromley. Thank you very much. That was sarcastic. And It's a New Day gives the memberships. Oh, thank you very much. So who got the memberships? Welcome to everyone with the memberships, and thanks so much. It's a New Day. Can't wait to get to the intro. So let's see. Can't wait to hear something new. Do you mean the Muzak? Well, that's not going to happen. We only got like 8 selections. I try to rotate them. Now, if you mean subject matter, oh yeah, we got it tonight. So we'll cover something new. So let's see. All right. Boom. I think I've caught up. Okay. I think I've caught up. Okay, you guys. So boom. We have caught up. Okay, Heather's going to get the wrench. Let's do the wrench. Okay. All right. So Heather is now a standard moderator. All right. And you know what? Maybe Big Fish needs one too. What up, Big Fish? Big Fish is now a standard moderator. Okay, so you guys are all good. Give me a second. I have to cough. I don't want to cough in your ears. So apologize. All right, Goddess, welcome. You're running a little late, Goddess. You almost missed the greeting. So welcome, Goddess. Now, Hard Candy. Hey, long time no see. Thanks for being back in the chat. We miss you, Hard Candy. All right. Big Fish says power. Are you power tripping? All right. So now listen up. Listen up. Tonight, okay. Tonight we are welcoming a very special guest, and that is Adrienne from Enlight in the Dark. And not only are we welcoming her, but it's a little unconventional, unusual first-time format for me, which is it's a true collaboration tonight. So it's not just a guest, but tonight's show will be a true collaboration, first of its kind, with Adrian from Enlight in the Dark. And if you know Adrian and her channel and her wonderful productions on her channel, you know that you are in for a surprise. And not only that, you're in for an educational experience that's very well put together. And so you're going to experience that. And the subject matter tonight is the dark web, organized crime, discerning rumors, speculation, and how this all ties into the Delphi murders. And I promise you, I do promise you, after tonight, there will be no doubt in your mind whatsoever that the Delphi murders ties into the dark web. And that's a bold claim, but I promise you, I guarantee you, after tonight, you will have all the proof you need to be convinced that there are dark web connections to the Delphi murders. So we will get there, though. As you know, with my shows, sometimes it takes quite a while to get through all of the proofs that we like to submit for your perusal. So we'll have to get through the proofs, but I promise you, you will have all the proofs you need to come to a conclusion. And I'm certain that you will be convinced that, unfortunately, there are some less than pleasant circumstances regarding the connection of the Delphi murders to the dark web uh, and various criminal enterprises that use the dark web as a platform. Anyhow, I wish the subject matter was lighter, and I wished it was more of a good time. But sometimes we got to get through the seriousness of things, um, and and then we can laugh again. But however, I hope that you in the chat will. You can go ahead and have your party in the chat. You know, do what you got to do in the chat, and have the good vibes in the chat. Even if we're serious, we don't mind you having a good time. The chat is for you. The screen is for us. And tonight it will be me and Adrian. So that's what up. DB says, I thought the dark web was Discord this whole time. Yeah, no, that's called the cesspool of the internet, Discord. The absolute worst place on the internet is anyone's true crime Discord. So there you go. So I appreciate you guys. Welcome in Jessica Freeman. Okay, Jessica Freeman, I just found your channel. It's become a favorite. Well, thank you. All right, so glad you enjoy it and welcome. And we hope that you all enjoy each other in the chat. Please don't time out my friends or do anything extreme unless they're absolutely being out of control. So let's keep it that way. Now, there's so much to cover. This show will be presented in two halves, as I usually do. So let's get ready to get into it. Our first half will be a basic introduction to the to what the dark web is and what it is not, and some context for you. So so sit back, enjoy your chat, get something to refresh yourselves with. We'll slowly move into this entire show. So relax, take it easy, kick back, okay? And we'll be doing it that way. So let me help Adrian out here and give her a way to get onto the show because I did not prepare and send her the link. Totally failing tonight. So all right, so let's see if she'll come on in and we'll get started momentarily. Okay. Frenchie says, I have searched the dark web via Tor Onion browser and Yandex and not found anything other than normal Delphi stuff, same as what is on the internet. Right. Well, that's why we have anecdotes and evidence for you tonight, Frenchie. So thanks so much for chiming in. And we hope you enjoy it too. It's going to be biblical. Yes, it will. Yes, it will. We have an amazing show. I can't wait to bring Adrian in and pull up the presentation. Haunted Parlor says full moon in Aries. Oh, there she is. Hey.
Hi, can you hear me
Adrian.
okay?
Yeah, we hear you and we see you. How are you?
Good. How are you doing?
All right. Your lighting's much better than mine. Congrats on that.
Thank you.
All right. So we got full moon in Aries, October 17.
Oh,
That's
hell
coming up.
yeah.
Charged up emotions and arguments, quick to
Oh,
fight energy, expect the unexpected.
okay.
Well, what's going on tonight? How about tell us about that?
Yeah.
What's going on tonight, Parlor? Okay. Vaping the 93%, I'm pretty dangerously or pretty dang relaxed.
Nice. Very nice.
Well, welcome in, Adrian. How was your day?
Good, good. Pretty productive. Definitely good to have talked with you beforehand too, just to kind of get the lay of it. So, yeah. I'm actually looking forward to this too. So.
Yeah, everyone, please welcome Adrian. Clap, clap, clap. Yes, we we had to get our ducks in a row, and Prof is still getting his ducks in a row because I have my slides, but I
Mm.
haven't yet uploaded them because I'm like frantically rushing to get to the computer to start the stream. So while Adrian's talking, I'll be trying to get the slides uploaded for the second
Cool.
half. Let's see.
Okay.
Adrian's beauty shines.
Hmm. Thanks, guys.
Oops. Oh, is that what's the light? That's the light.
Nice.
Okay. Uh, Adrian looking so pretty. Love the earrings.
Thank you. Thank you.
Bonnie says hello.
Hi, guys. Hello.
Check your email, Bonnie. Okay. Hi, Adrian. I'd like to apologize for losing composure and yelling at you last time you were here. Says Noe.
Oh, it's okay.
Water to break, Noe. Okay. Oh,
Yeah.
Electric Werecat is getting my ducks in a row for me. Thank you.
Oh, that's nice.
Very
See,
helpful.
very helpful.
All right. My ducks were at a rave. They're now in the back of a squad car. Hey, someone else I know. No, never mind. Never mind. Okay. Good evening, Sunflower. Well, now that you're here, it's like complete. Gosh. Okay, Zero Cool. I meant to say that about you too, Zero Cool. I apologize. I'm not picking favorites. Okay. All right. Hey, DB says, Noah, you were probably still nicer than Gray Hughes. Yeah, and that's on a good day.
That's true. That's fair. That's fair. Yeah.
Good one. Thanks for bringing the humor. It's going to be
Mhm.
much needed tonight. What's up, sweet?
Yeah.
Look,
Yeah.
sweethearts and sunshine, as always.
Oh.
All right. Well, so guys, we've had rumors. Okay, like this has been the most bothersome aspect of the Delphi murders for me. Is the rumor mill and how because of the misinformation and disinformation and the lack of discernment, the waters have been muddied to an extent that everything's a rumor and everything's confusing and very little is clear. And so that's part of the objective of this channel is to help clean some of that up and provide clarity for you. And we are really hoping, and I know Adrian will echo this, that we are really hoping that all of you guys, this entire community, whether we like you personally or not, we want this entire community to gain some clarity, especially at this important time. And that's our objective in general, but especially here tonight, to attempt to lay some cards on the table that will help all of us to find some more clarity in a very clouded situation. And so, with that, I'll bring up our presentation and sort of hand the mic to Adrian. And and I just ask you all to please be patient. And even if you're on the replay watching at a later time, uh, please be patient enough to sit through the entire uh, show tonight. It's important that you do because, like I said, the first half will be contextual. The second half will be directly related to our Delphi case. So I ask for your patience and understanding, and communicate with each other. Most important of all. Okay. So with that said, let's give a round of applause again and welcome Adrian and give her our attention because I'll be sitting back and listening as she gets started here.
Okay, cool.
And
Yeah.
I want to thank her again for contributing this very engaging collaboration here. So thanks so much for Adrian.
You're welcome. I don't know how good it's going to be. I was basically just educating myself on it. So um, we can go to the next slide if you want. That was just the title page.
Okay, so to discern is to perceive
Yeah, but the
by
sight,
the sight, yep,
yeah,
or some other sense, or by the intellect. See, recognize, apprehend, distinct, or differentiate, and discriminate. And Alex and I have talked quite a bit about this. You see, I am somewhat of a spiritualist, so I use the entire capacity of my human nature to engage with discernment, and especially in terms of the Delphi murders, because it's such a complex task and challenge. And so, in all ways, I think that discernment applies, and it's neither by intellect or just by feeling or by any other avenue. I think it's a whole endeavor, and so that
yeah,
was as I wanted to add to that before she got started. So anyway, cheers, and I'll let
yeah.
Adrian take over because I don't want to be running my mouth. So
Oh, no, you're fine. Yeah. But yeah, we can go. Yeah.
okay.
Awesome.
Thanks,
So,
Adrian.
yeah. So basically, I treated this like I always treat new subject matter as if I were 12 trying to explain it to my 12-year-old self. So basically, there's like three parts of the internet. Um, there's like the clear web, the surface web, where we can access most things. Um, and like you can go into any browser like Google, search for things, that kind of stuff. But the majority of the internet is actually the deep web. So yeah, we do have a PowerPoint presentation. Yes. Um, so the deep web is like it encompasses the dark web, but it's much, much larger. So they also call it the invisible web. Um, it's not, you can't like access it via engines. Like there's a bunch of stuff like academic records, financial databases, web archives. Anything that's password protected is going to be deep web. So that was cool. That was very interesting. But what we're really getting at is the dark web. So the dark web, also called the hidden web, it's made up of encrypted networks. So basically, like you would need special software, you would need encrypted links, and we'll go into some of those a little later. But basically, like the dark web is a tool. It can be used for good and it can be used for evil. So if you're using it for good, places in the world that are heavily censored, um, where maybe atrocities are being hidden, journalists, activists that need to get out the word on something, all of those things, um, can be protected through something like the dark web. But then also you can get a lot of people that use it for a lot of horrible things. So yeah, but I just thought that I would go over that because I learned that today, like, well, yesterday basically. So um, and we could go to the next slide if you want to, Prof.
Okay, I'll be more annoying and let me.
Okay. Okay.
As you may or may not have figured out yet, Adrian, I'm a very thorough person.
Mhm.
So
Mhm.
I
Yep.
like to, what I would like to do here is really, um, okay. So I have to get it where I can see it because, my vision is not always the best.
Yeah, mine either.
So basically, I just want to reiterate what Adrian was saying is that we've got basically the global internet, okay, and for the most part, we all know the clear web, which is what we call the internet. That's Facebook, your Instagram, your dumb shit, this YouTube's, all the stuff. Um, you've got the dark web, which is what we are specifically pointing towards tonight, which would be a variety of things. And we're going to be getting into that thanks to Adrian here and Alex. I want to also thank Alex for helping with some of this. We will be getting into what the dark web really is, like the variety of aspects of the dark web. And then she's correctly saying that then there's a deep web, which is still, it's basically all the internet that holds stuff, but you don't really engage with. So, enough of that. Let's see. Um, so I'll let Adrian take back over, and I'll try to
Oh,
not
yeah.
chime in again for a while. But
Oh, no, no, you're cool. Yeah. Basically, like, so like I was kind of saying earlier that, because of anonymity, the dark web can protect, like, people that need to remain anonymous, but how that's done is really through encryption. So, like, we'll just go through this. So, communication on the dark web is heavily encrypted. It makes it hard for authorities or third parties to monitor. There are special tools to access it, and we'll go over Tor first, just because it's kind of like the most known, the Onion router. But there's a bunch of different things you can use to get on it. But basically, they're kind of like heavily encrypted links or doorways to access the dark web. So you need these links to access it, and like depending on, I guess there's like multiple different areas that you can access, and I didn't really go into that too much just because it was getting long and confusing enough. But so if we start off with Tor as one of the tools to access the dark web, it's a tool designed to provide a high level of true anonymity when using like the dark web, but also the clear web. So you can connect the internet through the Tor network, and then the connection is routed through at least three random nodes, different servers or computers that talk to each other. And then the data is being re-encrypted each time it passes through that server or node. So only at the entry point can you see your real IP address. So as you go through those different nodes, though, as it's moving you around, um, the different everything still stays encrypted, except like for Tor, when you come out at the end, there is a possibility that some of the data um, can be traced back to you. Hence why Tor is not the only link that you can use to get on to the dark web to evade um, detection. So, yeah, basically, like I just wanted to explain Tor because Tor was like one of the main things that everybody started off with, but now there's a whole bunch of different ones. So yeah, we can go to the next one if you want. Yeah. So there's all these tools for prioritizing privacy and anonymity. Um, so it's essential for accessing the dark web for communication and file sharing. So we have Tor, the onion router, and that's just anonymous browsing access to dark websites. There's the Invisible Internet Project. It's a decentralized network that will keep you anonymous for secure communication. There's Wicker. It's an encrypted messaging app for private communication. Mega, that's encrypted cloud storage for secure file sharing. Telegram. Telegram was just in the news. Um, through the surface web, it's often used for encrypted anonymous group chats. Signal, an encrypted messaging app for private conversations. And then there are peer-to-peer networks for decentralized file sharing. And when I looked that up, it was for a lot of professionals, like maybe in medical fields, health fields, um, stuff like that, where you maybe would have large amounts of information that you could swap back and forth. Um, oh, okay. Say encrypted, not safe site. Yeah, sorry about that, Bobby. Yeah, it's not safe for anybody to use necessarily, but yeah. So so basically like just to go over some of these guys, Wicker and Signal will generate encrypted links when you're sharing files or messages. Mega offers end-to-end encrypted file sharing links. The Tor and the I2P um, anonymize browsing and communication, but don't specifically generate encrypted links. Rather, they encrypt the entire browsing or communication session. Hence why at the very end, like you can kind of detect if people are using Tor once it's once you are exiting the exiting node, it has become more compromised, basically, where people can pick up on some of your activity and movement. So these links ensure privacy, secure data transfer, and protecting users from interception or surveillance. So yeah.
Okay, so that everyone gets it, okay? These are all the various, not all. These are some of the primary pathways that you might use to access aspects of the dark web, okay? For instance, you all know about the Onion browser. Um, we'll be talking about it again later in regards to Delphi, but for instance, here you'll see Telegram, okay? Now, you may have heard in the news in this past month that the founder or owner or CEO of Telegram was arrested in France. Well, part of the primary reason was because of the dark web, okay, because of the amount of CSAM and money laundering that was going on through Telegram. Uh, I mentioned in a prior show that you will notice if you go and you take the French news articles on that arrest and translate them, you will notice a majority of them, the primary messaging is CSAM and money laundering. If you took the United States news coverage of the arrest of the founder of Telegram, you'll basically see freedom of speech, freedom of speech, freedom of speech arguments, gaslighting. So I guess what I'm getting at is he was arrested for the proliferation of CSAM in France uh, and money laundering. And so it's just an example that Telegram, the privacy that it enables can be abused and was being abused. And despite complaints, the French authorities decided they were not going to stand for it anymore. And so um, that's the sort of thing that unfortunately, we know that we are plagued with a a global problem with CSAM at this point in time. All you have to do is look at the news. Okay, at this point in time, you have police officers and FBI agents and principals and coaches and across the board, you have people going down for this. And you have to understand, it's not just the guys with the like on my avatar. I mean, on the thumbnail with the hoodie on and on the computer with the dark lighting. It's not just your idea of what a hacker might be that is accessing the dark web, but it's the old high school football coach sitting in his office or the teenager riding the school bus on their phone on Telegram that can just as easily access all of this illicit material. So enough. I just wanted to have
Oh, that's
everyone
great.
understand who doesn't already understand that all of these
Yeah.
icons you're seeing, they're sort of like pathways, just like Signal. You see Signal there. So anyway, let Adrian move on, and I keep interrupting, but
No, that's great. I'm glad. Yeah, please feel free anytime.
I'm trying to catch. I know a lot of our listeners, they might not be up to speed, so I hope that answers. And don't worry, at the end of the show, we're going to have a Q&A, and
Yeah.
anything you're confused about at the end, we'll be getting to you. So thanks, Adrian.
Yeah.
Here we go.
No.
Common uses.
Okay, yeah, common uses. So of course we're gonna get to some of the bad stuff. But basically, since we're going to kind of cover the dark web more through like the context of exploitation and trafficking, we're definitely going to look at this more through that lens. So traffickers, human traffickers rely on the anonymity provided by the dark web and cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin to evade detection and carry out illegal transactions without revealing their identities. So there are some legitimate like purposes and like uses for the dark web. So like I don't want to just say that it's terrible, but overall I think it you could probably make a good argument that it does more bad than good. But for the good, it does provide anonymous communication. Like it's legitimately used by people who are whistleblowers, journalists, activists. Um, like people, I know in like 2014, when Erdogan in Turkey, their president, was cracking down, and I think he was like becoming a fascist government. People were taking to the streets and like spray painting IP addresses for like dark web sites so people could access them and get information. Um, it it ends up like you could make an argument sometimes that it's a good thing. It's a good tool to have. It's just how you use it. So, but of course, like as we go down the rabbit hole, then you get to things like cybercrime. So you'll get hackers. They offer their services. Um, like for data breaches or selling stolen information. Um, so like yeah, there's malware, but there's also like services like the DDoS, which was I guess it's like where you just overwhelm a system and you basically crash it. So that can really mess up the flow of information and stuff. Um, but all of these things can be found there. Like if you're like hey, I really need this thing to crash this server. So I thought that was interesting. There's there's also fraudulent services where you could get like forged documents, fake IDs. financial scams, all that kind of good stuff, bad stuff. But then, black market transactions, you'll get stuff where sites or websites will host like illegal goods. Um, Basically, like, mm, if you guys know about like Silk Road or what was it, Alphabet, a lot of those big sites acted as banks for cryptocurrencies, where then vendors would like be signed up or like be a part of that system, but customers had to go and put their money in the bank, the bank of like Silk Road or whatever, in order to do the exchange with the vendors. So it kept everything encrypted, but it also slows everything down. So it's a very slow process too. But like if you are looking for illegal goods, drugs, weapons, counterfeit currencies, like stolen data, and then of course, like in very extreme cases, you'll get your trafficked or exploited individuals who can be bought and sold. Um, and we'll look at some of that too later. But and then of course, as it gets worse, you're getting illegal pornography. So the distribution of content involving exploitation, particularly CSAM, um, and it's pretty prevalent. Like the stuff that's out there will probably forever be out there. So, and then finally, this was a little bit more controversial and a bit more difficult to dig up, but I did find examples of it. You'll get your websites that depict real life violence, accidents, deaths, or injuries. They'll feature videos or images of extreme violence, including footage from crime scenes, accidents, or war zones. They're often called gore sites, and these platforms often source content from various places. So, um, including like user uploads, but most of those uploads are going to be, if we're just looking at the graphic content of violence, most of those are just going to be already existing. Not, there's really not enough evidence for law enforcement to say for sure that there are, you know, like live things happening, but again, they don't know either. So it's because the dark web is so good at evading any sort of detection. So, but when we talk, if we do go into CSAM, Prof, there's a lot of stuff on, there's a lot of things where in order to access like a certain site, you have to provide your own new CSAM in order to like be a member of the site, which is pretty awful. So, but yeah, those are some of the things that you can get up to on the dark web, unfortunately.
Yeah. So let the prof summarize that.
Yeah,
Right.
please,
So,
yeah.
basically, secret talks, um, murder for hire, that sort of thing. Um, Fake IDs for whoever wants that sort of thing. Identity switching and all financial scamming. Basically, general bullshittery. You know, but then there's the actual shit that's problematic. Okay, in my opinion, which is like the murder for hire, the CSAM, the gore porn is what I call it. And some people would call that, or a part of gore porn would be snuff films, which would be gore porn that's in film format. So that's where you get into really horrible things. And we'll be getting into some of that later on how that ties into Delphi. But so yeah, so when we know that the primary plague that's plaguing our children these days is a CSAM epidemic and the targeting of children, uh, you got to understand that that primarily is being done here on the dark web through these various apps that we presented prior, like here. Okay, so when you're seeing these apps, you really need to be thinking about them not so much as a bad thing, but as the platform where people can use to do bad things undetected, like the CSAM spreading and the I guess the gore stuffs. And so let's continue forward,
Yeah,
okay? And I'll let Adrian go over this because she wrote this here.
yeah,
Uh,
yeah.
and
So
special thanks to Alex too for some of this right here. So let me let her talk.
yeah, yeah. Thank you, Alex. So basically, when you try to find like verifiable information on snuff films and stuff, there's so many sources that are just very reticent to say that they exist. However, they will say certain things do exist. So, like, there have been reports of recorded murders, and by recorded, they mean like, you know, um, on video, on, digital photography, that kind of thing. Um, yeah, exactly, Frenchie. Yeah, and they've had the internet for such a long time too, dude. Like the fact that there's like rudimentary stuff going back to World War II kind of stuff. Um, but yeah, so they've been like the state has been interconnected for much longer than the rest of us. But um, so basically, there have been reports of recorded murders or quote unquote snuff, what people call snuff, allegedly being shared on the dark web. Um, Concrete, verifiable instances are rare and difficult to confirm, but I think you will find that once you look into what the FBI shows and whatnot, that those things do exist. They do exist. So uh, the dark web's anonymity makes it challenging to track and authenticate such content because, again, you're going through so many different servers and just the different way that some of those things, some of those apps are good at, like definitely hiding not only like your location or anything about you, but not like the stuff that you're exchanging too. So, um, while some videos depicting extreme violence or alleged murders may circulate in hidden forums, many stories, such as the Red Rooms, where live killings are supposedly streamed for paying audiences, are often treated as urban legends without solid evidence. However, law enforcement continuously monitors these threats. So I know that, like, they have most likely come across it. Are they just not willing to say it? Yeah. So they continuously monitor these threats. Um, so the content is often linked to organized crime, like revenge killings, or acts of violence by individuals seeking notoriety, um, especially uh, if it's somehow going to circulate, where it's going to get out to rival whoever and scare the crap out of them, you know, that kind of thing. So there were known gore websites, and these actually were on the surface web of all places. And I think Brutally Honest brought this up a little earlier in chat too. Was that, yeah, some of the worst offenders were just on the regular web. So there was a website called Best Gore, and it was infamous for hosting graphic and violent content, including real life death and accident footage. So it was primarily a surface website, and it was shut down in 2020 because its founder, like Mark Merrick, had a ton of legal issues and public backlash, which I totally understand that. Um, so it did attract the attention for its content, often associated with the hidden or darker corners of the internet. And what's interesting about that is that, once people that are of an entrepreneurial mind or whatever get a hold of this kind of stuff, and they see that there's a market for it, they'll continue that service. But they just have to go about it in a more secretive way. So another known example was LiveLeak, and this again was another website that was on the surface web. So it was shut down in 2021, but it operated for 15 years. Um, and it was notorious because it had uncensored footage of violent events like war and crime scenes. So the founders of LiveLeak decided to close it due to the changing landscape of online media and to focus on other projects, but I'm sure they also ran into legal issues. So yeah, all this is to say that yeah, footage of people getting killed is not just on the dark web. Like, it actually was on the surface web too. So therefore, snuff does exist. It's just how you want to define it.
Yeah, and I'd like to add some things here about that because, see, I think the primary distinction here these days is has to do with commerce, okay? Because um, I think that when you're finding the infestations on the dark web, it's more in terms of commerce associated with this illegal material. For instance, if you're selling uh, CSAM, or if you're selling footage of children being killed or dead children, selling that sort of thing, that's what's going to be operating on the dark web because you're trying to keep the flow of money hidden, not just the material itself. For instance, there's been lots of things on the surface web. I was describing to Adrian today how I stumbled in 4chan as I was doing deep research into Delphi discussions on 4chan. I mean, basically, I have scoured 4chan archives for any sort of Delphi discussion from the days before the murders to present or till the time 4chan was archived. And one of the things I discovered in those Delphi threads was pages and pages and pages with hundreds and hundreds of links to various gore material. And all of that was surface web. And I described that to Adrian earlier, but it was also free of charge. There was no money exchange associated with that. And we can even take it a step further. And I can reference back to when I was just a little preteen. And so when I was a little teenager, one of the things that was very popular was called Faces of Death. Okay, Faces of Death was a video cassette, a VCR tape series of people getting killed in all sorts of various scenarios. And it was actually amazing because you could go to Blockbuster Video or some of the video rental VCR, VHS tape, whatever the hell it's called.
Yeah, yeah.
And you could rent the video cassettes of these Faces of Death tapes, and there were several, and they were horrible, horrible. Uh, so it's like, listen, those things will exist, and it's not so much the shaming of the fact that that exists, because sometimes it's good to see things like that. For instance, if you want to see victims of the warfare that's being thrust down upon people in third world nations, it might be a good wake up call to the privileged people in this part of the world to see that there are actually dead children because of warfare around the planet. Okay, but I think there's a fine line between that sort of documentary footage that journalists would be interested in showing reality versus something that is exercising a black market commerce exploiting the murders of children or the sexual abuse of children and that sort of thing. And so that's where there's a very big distinction. And I think that that's where we're talking about the fact that you're going to have surface web as well as dark web occurrences of that. But the infestation is always going to be, and let's go back because this is a very important slide here. Through these pathways here, you're going to see the infestation of the actual illegal material and illegal commerce. And that's what we're pointing out, because if it were not for the illegal commerce and the trade of these materials, they would not exist, because we all know that people don't do what doesn't benefit them. So let's continue.
Yeah. Well said, yeah.
All right, so let's see. Did I skip a page or are we good?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure at this point.
Oh, good.
No,
So
no,
there
yeah.
we are. I will let Adrian go again before I interrupt. So
Oh, okay, yeah.
thanks,
So,
chat. Hey, chat. I see we got newcomers and everyone's enjoying the chat. So please continue. We'll be
hi, Sloopy.
Sleuty. I encourage everyone to pay. I've been watching what Sleuty is saying. Uh,
Mm-hmm.
you guys listen to what Sleuty says. She knows what she's talking about. She's talking about something I know about as well. So I don't want to put her comments up on the screen and block the text, but you
Okay.
guys check out some of Sleuty's comments, okay? And I'll let Adrienne continue.
Okay. So, yeah, there's so human exploitation is basically the broadest term, because as we go more into this, there's just going to be that distinction that needs to be made. So, um, exploitation is basically the broad term that refers to taking unfair advantage of individuals for personal gain. Um, and that can include forms of abuse, like child labor, sexual exploitation. Um, so, human trafficking is a form of human exploitation, but not all exploitation involves human trafficking. So, human trafficking is like a sub niche of human exploitation. And this is the illegal act of recruiting, transporting, and or harboring people through force, fraud, or coercion for purposes of exploitation, such as forced labor, sexual exploitation, or organ harvesting, which is also a thing. So victims often have their freedom and autonomy stripped away, and they are then controlled by the traffickers for profit. Um, and so,
Can I
did you?
interrupt here for a
Yeah,
moment?
go for it. Yeah, I don't know if you want to go into this or not.
Okay. No, I do, but I would like to interject because I don't know how many people will remember that a couple years ago. Do you guys remember that a couple years ago in San Antonio, there were 50 plus migrants or illegal human smuggled or trafficked individuals from Mexico that were smuggled across the border, and that there were more than 50 in the truck, but in the back of this 18 wheeler in San Antonio, more than 50 human beings, men, women, and children, died because of the extreme heat as they were being transported from Mexico to Texas. And those poor people were banging and screaming and doing all they could to alert the truck driver, who ignored them. And then uh, it ended up that there were just dozens and dozens and dozens dead, more than 50. And the truck driver now is facing those many murder charges. Like, imagine what he's facing. Okay. That is a form of human trafficking. Now, you might look at it with sympathy, saying, well, those poor people wanted to get across the border. But don't you think that there's profit involved here? Okay. And we lost the lives of more than 50 beautiful Mexicans, I'm sure. And it almost brings me to tears just thinking about it, because I couldn't imagine. But check out the news if you missed that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sorry.
No, yeah, you're good. That's kind of a common story, especially down here in Arizona, you know. But so this was really terrifying for me. In the US, an estimated 300,000 minors are exploited annually, often through sexual exploitation and or forced labor. 300,000 minors. Yeah. So there's estimates that about 30,000 minors are trafficked in the United States each year. But according to the International Labor Organization and UNICEF, approximately 1.2 million, but it did see a statistic as high as 5.5 million children worldwide are trafficked each year for various forms of exploitation, including sexual slavery, forced labor, and child soldiering. Um, Statistically, exploited or trafficked individuals are often women and children. They are the most vulnerable. Um, about 72% of trafficked victims are female. 30% of trafficked victims are children. And let's see. So the people that are going to be the most vulnerable for, you know, the forced labor, sexual exploitation, are people that live in poverty, have a migration status, lack of education, probably lack of resources, and therefore an increased likelihood of becoming a target. So yeah, it was pretty staggering. And I took like the more middle of the road to lesser statistics. I just said what was the bare minimum with a lot of it. So it's insane. It's insane.
Well, and remember the statistics we were discussing today about the missing persons in the United States statistics on an annual basis.
Yeah,
Yeah. Oh,
I
yeah.
can't
It's
even.
uh, so it's a range from year to year, but according to the FBI and the whatever else it's called, the National Center for Missing Persons, whatever it is, I have to
Mhm.
go look it up again.
Yeah, yep.
On
Mhm.
an annual basis, you have anywhere from 350,000 to about 550,000 people in the United States go missing. And of that percentage, maybe 65, 70% are never found, which would mean that you have approximately 250 to 500,000 go missing every year, drop off the face of the earth, just in the United States alone. And I explained to Adrian that, well, if you just think that that adds up to approximately 1,000 people per day, it's absolutely unimaginable. If you think 1,000 people per day, how many people per state is that? You know, so um, it's we can get into that further, and we can look at the various agencies that take those numbers, and we
Mhm.
can compare them. But the statistic I just gave you is fairly, it's a range, but it's an accurate range. Okay,
Mhm.
so here we go. I'll let
Uh,
Adrian run with this. Okay.
okay, yeah. So basically, there are ways to combat it, the human exploitation online, and it does involve large scale like operations that involve cross-border cooperation between countries and law enforcement agencies like the FBI, Interpol, Europol, the U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, ICE, and a lot of other agencies. So, despite coordinated large scale efforts by global law enforcement agencies, human trafficking and exploitation remains one of the most challenging forms of organized crime to eradicate. And it's it's jurisdictional. Um, there's a lot of components that go into getting everybody on board. It's down to like the simple language barrier sometimes. So luckily, luckily, most of the rest of the world, knows a little bit of English. You know, thank goodness. But still, hi Jojo. Hope you're feeling better. Um, so yeah, that's gonna be the best way to combat it. But also just being aware that there are vulnerable groups, like we said, women, children, the poor, the impoverished, people who have um, drug substance issues, um, you know, uh, yeah, people that don't have the resources, don't have the education necessarily. Um, there are places where it's perfectly acceptable to have your child um, go off and try to make money for the family, but sometimes those kids are just sold. Yeah. So, and then also being aware of like dark web tactics. So many dark web platforms facilitate multiple forms of criminal activity simultaneously. So like it's difficult to tell where one crime ends and another begins. And then you're also running into jurisdictional or agency bureaucracy stuff. So it gets tricky, but because so many of these criminal enterprises engage in more than just one specialty. So um, operations targeting one form of crime, like drug trafficking, often uncover human trafficking activities as well. And you'll often find this because of substance issues with people when they become reliant on a substance. Um, they're willing to sell themselves or to sell, you know, those in proximity to them who wouldn't have a say, who wouldn't have the ability to necessarily, you know, stand in their own autonomy and say, like, no, I don't want to do that. They wouldn't know better necessarily. So as human traffickers increasingly use the internet and dark web platforms to operate, law enforcement agencies have developed digital investigation units to track and dismantle these networks. And one of the cases that we're going to look at, it's going to come down to the money, follow the money, follow the cryptocurrency, basically. So, yeah, but yeah, those are some ways that we are trying to combat it right now. And yeah, that's exactly right, Julie. Human trafficking occurs right along with drug trafficking. It goes hand in hand. Yep. It's because they're using and reselling humans, right?
Yeah, it's
So,
an economy. It's an economy, and one thing geez, let me read this before I'm covering your
oh, you're
your
fine. You're
beautiful
fine.
face. Pardon me.
No, you're fine.
Human trafficking occurs right along with drug trafficking. This goes hand in hand. Human trafficking regarding use, selling of humans is now a greater industry. One must be chemically altered to continue. Um, Julie, thanks for coming and dropping that. Listen, yeah, and that's so part of my theory here, and it's not a theory. It's because I spoke with someone who was infiltrated into the outlaws and for years, and what they say is that basically this activity funds the organization. Okay, so the trafficking of the methamphetamine and humans is part of what funds the organization. And so I want you guys to understand that when we're looking at bikers and we're pointing out that these bikers are trafficking humans and methamphetamine and fentanyl all over the US and using Indianapolis as a hub to do so, we're not demonizing every biker because, of course, There are bikers who are just normal grandmas and grandpas who have extra money to buy a bike and enjoy riding it leisurely or coming up to Colorado and riding the mountains. That's amazing, and that's the dream that Americans grew up with.
Mm.
But you have another contingent, which are the criminals who use bikes and who gather together as an organization and use their strength as a criminal enterprise. Uh, the biker clubs being their strength, so to speak, because they operate outside of the law. They have no regard for the law. They have their own law. And because of that, there's a lawlessness. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So it's
Mm-hmm.
been known that from before the establishment of the United States of America, Indianapolis was a hub. Okay. As Indianapolis developed, it continued to be a hub. It's a hub that provides access to the entire border, northern border, all the way to the Rocky Mountains, to the west, on out to the Gulf South, on down to the East Coast, and to the Northeast. So from Indianapolis, this web extends on out, basically to 2/3 of the United States. And if you've ever looked at a population density map, you'll see that it's the majority of the populated area is from the Rocky Mountains eastward to the East Coast. So Indy, being the hub of this entire operation, um, it's no coincidence that the biker clubs and the meth trafficking, especially in human trafficking, uh, flows through Indiana. And so Indiana has a problem. And all of the criminality that we see infesting Indiana, it's not because of any one thing that's an oddity. It's because of logistics. The logistics of Indiana being a hub for all of the trafficking and all of the commerce causes it to also be a place ridden with crime. And anyway, I just wanted to add all that. And thanks
So true.
for all of you guys who are chiming in on that, because we don't want to be seen here as beating up bikers or beating up drug heads who are having addiction or beating up
Right.
uh, sick people. We want to be seen as speaking truth about what really happens by that was told by people who have really experienced. So anyway, God bless you all, and that's why we continue to speak the truth despite
Yeah.
all of the harassment. And oh, let's see what we got here. Okay, so I'm gonna let Adrian fill you guys in on this very interesting thing that happened, because we want to talk about the good things that have happened too. Okay,
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
let's talk
Yeah.
about.
Definitely. Okay. Yeah. So this was one of the largest and most successful takedowns of an online dark web child exploitation network, and it was the Welcome to Video was the name of the site, and the operation was Welcome to Video Takedown. So it was a massive dark web platform dedicated to sharing and selling child exploitation material. So it was one of the largest on the dark web of CSAM, and it featured over 250,000 videos. And so the users would, of course, retain their anonymity by purchasing content using Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies. So, of course, this is like a very, like, that's how you buy anything basically on the dark web. You need a cryptocurrency. So, there was a huge collaborative effort, um, and lots of coordinated law enforcement agencies. So the DOJ, the Department of Justice out of the U.S., the Immigration and Customs Enforcement, ICE, Homeland Security investigations. That's another one that often gets involved in a lot of these operations, the HSI. And then the South Korean authorities, and then 38 other countries, including like Germany, the UK, Saudi Arabia, Czech Republic, Canada, and there's a list of other flags too that are noted down there. But basically, there are 337 worldwide arrests. The site administrator, Jong Woo-son, he was arrested. I think he was only held in prison in South Korea for 18 months, but that might have been because the U.S. then indicted him on charges, and I think he's currently serving time here. But so there were also site users that were arrested. So not just the downloaders of CSAM, but also the uploaders, people that would make content basically and then upload it. And in earlier operations, like thank you, um, Operation Cathedral, there was a thing, and I think this is still kind of how it happens, where people will upload, like you have to upload a certain amount of content before you can access the site or become a member of the site, which is really disgusting. So anyway, there were lots of global arrests for possession, distribution, and production of CSAM. And then so there were 23 victims that were rescued, and all of them were, I think, minors or children, basically. So children directly exploited by some of the site's users were rescued, and they were trafficked across countries. So, then again, you're also running into a jurisdictional issue. But basically, how they figured this thing out was there were, like, I guess they would call them technical achievements, where they could track the cryptocurrency. So the US federal investigators were able to trace Bitcoin transactions to help identify site users. So this particular operation was really important. It was a big win for law enforcement because it showed how well they could collaborate with other agencies and, kind of work through the red tape. And they also they also found this more effective way for tracking cryptocurrency, which was very difficult to do. So it's interesting. I would like to know what that is, but I'm sure they don't want us to know. So, like how they cracked it, like what was the thing that made it obvious for them to track it better. But it does kind of set a precedent for the future. So it's just a good feeling when they've got like a little like a special tool under their belt or whatever it is that they uncovered here. But the welcome to video was in operation for a relatively long time. But oh my gosh, there were so many. There were at least 20 different operations that I came across, and I only wanted this to be 5 slides long, and it ended up, I think, being 10. But I really wanted to go over some of the other ones because so many of those operations are still ongoing. So, as negative and antsy as I can be against law enforcement, like I think they are still doing what they can, and I think it's wonderful to see, especially for kids. So, but yeah, so that's why I honed in on this one in particular. But yeah.
Awesome. Awesome.
Cool.
Do you want to change the page, or are you still
Oh yeah, we can. Yeah, sorry. I'm just
okay? Yeah.
spacing out.
So yeah, a highlight, and notice that during this period, Delphi murders occurred, but yeah,
Yeah,
we'll be getting into Keegan Klein at some other point, but let's see.
definitely.
Okay,
Okay.
closing out here with the presentation, Adrian put together a list of resources, and this is something I wish you would all screenshot. So what I'll do right now, I'll remove our mugs off the screen momentarily, screenshot this in case, keep it in your phone, in case you ever see some weird ass shit going down in these streets. So hold on. Okay, guys, so I hope that helps out. So,
Um,
hope that helps out. We will remove this now, and please keep that in your phones in case you ever need. You don't always have to call. You see something, but remember that you have options here because sometimes it's appropriate to call law enforcement. Sometimes it's appropriate to call some other agency. Just like with tips, um, there's times when you have to understand who you're tipping to. Sometimes you want to tip into your local PD, sometimes to ISP, sometimes to FBI. And these days, I ain't gonna lie, we tip in all the way into FBI every single time because we've lost all confidence in Indiana State Police. Sorry to say, um, but anyway, thank you so much, Adrian,
yeah,
for
yeah.
helping with that. And a big shout out also again to Alex Voorhees. I
Yes,
see he's in the
thank you.
chat because let me pull him up because I saw that he made a comment here. But I know he helped. I talked to him quite a bit, and I know you did too. All right, he says, "Awesome,
Oh, great.
awesome, awesome. Thank you, Alex, and
Thank you.
thanks for the consult, Alex. And so let me get my thoughts together here because
Okay.
I know that I have to. Okay, I'm going to now. You know how we do it here. Um, so, like I said, this is a collaboration, and now, honestly, it's a collaboration of Alex and Adrian and myself. So, I now you know how I do it here. It's time for me to pull up uh, the aspect and the direction I wanted to go with showing you guys things that are hard to see, as I mentioned, because of the noise surrounding this case. So Ivy Papa says, "What up?" Thank you, Alex. Mara says, "What up, Adrian?" Oh no, there she is. Okay, there. All right, it's a new day. Yeah, it's difficult. I'm still grieving over the people in the back of the truck. It's kind of like it's a funk in my mind now. It's like I'm going to think about it for an hour. So
Yeah.
Adrian's channel, you guys, is Enlight in the Dark. That's the one you should go subscribe to. I put the thank you, Rebecca Ann. I put the thank you, Michelle. Yeah,
Thank
thank
you.
you guys for thanking her. Let me find her link again. I put it up there. That's her channel. The
Oh,
old
yeah.
channel of hers. Don't worry about the old one. She does all her Delphi work on
Yeah.
dark arts, not dark arts,
Yeah.
Enlight in the dark. Let me get
Yeah. Yeah. I'm like, yeah. Yeah.
okay. There you go.
Yeah.
So that's her
Awesome.
channel
Thank you.
there. You guys subscribe to that one, and you won't regret it. And if you go there to this at this very moment, save it, and then go watch whenever you can. You'll see she already has a large amount of Delphi related content up in the video section, and that's really good content to go. Uh, Even though we've gotten past some of the initial thoughts about symbolism and all of that at the crime scene, you got to understand that none of that was done lightly. And you may remember when Adrian came maybe 6 months ago or something, and we also did a symbolism show on the crime scene photos. So, yeah, that's Adrian's channel, and you can find good stuff there. Now,
Yay.
I want to bring in. Uh, we're gonna sort of head towards the second half of the show here. What's up, K West? And Sleuty says that's the channel. Heather says good job.
Thanks,
Thomas.
guys. Thank you.
Michelle says subbed. Okay.
Thank you.
Oh,
Thank
Zero Cool says I'm subscribing to all things Adrian. Okay, thank you, Zero Cool. All right. So yeah, Julie, if you go and you watch some of her videos on Enlight in the Dark, you will see there's good things there. So go check those out if you're interested in some of her unique perspective on the Delphi matter. Let me get started with this one. I've presented this particular slide to you before, but I'm just using it as a bridge into our Delphi matter here. So she says the dark web makes up 90% of the internet itself. Uh, the origin of the internet is American. Okay, factual, factual, factual. The CIA has full access to the internet, including the dark web. Factual. So does the NSA. This case is global, according to Carter and social media, and we know it's global because you may remember that Carter went over to France himself to investigate the yellow or UBO aspect to this thing. And there's two aspects to it. One is that's how the crime scene photos were found on the dark web by Fortson. And secondly, uh, Libby was in contact with an Anthony Schatz, or I have to go back to see how it was, but there was an Anthony Schatz Yubo Yellow connection. Okay, I've presented that slide to you before, but I don't have it with me tonight. Libby Snapchat friends list shrank on the 14th. How odd is that? How odd is that? You would think it would grow, wouldn't you? Many names were unfriended from her account from the previous day. Well, how odd is that? We also know Libby was on Snapchat that day, but was she on Snapchat when she started recording? Or was someone signed in to her Snapchat account from another device? Because remember, the Abby on the Bridge photo does not exist on Libby's phone, or I should say, the phone that was found under Abby that Libby was allegedly in possession of that morning. Everyone in the beginning directly lied about a social media connection. This case made it to the desk of the head of the FBI, James Comey, twice in 2 months. Fact. Why? Wasn't there a response the first time? Fact. What about the second time? And ultimately, the FBI was removed from the case. How about that? This is extremely confusing because the FBI could literally take over the case if they wanted to. It fits the criteria for a federal investigation. Crimes against children, cyber crimes, and crimes against, across state lines. Fact, fact, fact. All right. Obviously, they are still scanning the internet regarding Delphi. Fact. Now, another question. Remember when the Marathon gas station footage was destroyed? Footage that allegedly would have shown several individuals related to the Delphi murders going in to the Marathon gas station that very day, or at or passing the Marathon that very day. How odd is it that it was destroyed? How often do the FBI destroy the very hard drives that they are trying to pull data from surveillance video. I mean, isn't this their specialty? And how odd is it that when this statement was made by Carroll County, that the FBI came back and said, bullshit, we didn't destroy anything, never happened. Was the FBI calling Carroll County liars? There were many details released in the beginning by locals. Fact. It was all over social media. Everywhere you looked, there was info. But now there's nothing. Not even in the comment sections. Nothing from 2017 or 2018. It's all been scrubbed. Fact. The dolls were a big thing, and I cannot find one story or comment about the dolls. That is an extreme amount of content to be scrubbed. But how did they know of every comment of every story in order to delete it? Was it those 70,000 tips that pointed the way? Yeah, so this person is insinuating that did they take the tips and use them to go and wipe evidence clean? That would imply that someone in unified command was sabotaging the case, wouldn't it? Here we are over 7 years later, still nothing from local, state, and government officials. I would say that I need a break and a good night's sleep, but reality proves different because here I am typing my thoughts once again, like all of us. Why does this case have such a hold on me, like all of us, when I don't even live in Indiana, like many of us? I pray this happens, this trial on May 13th, but even then it won't be over. Yeah, you're right, Julie. You're right. So many anomalies. And that leads me into one of the things that I wanted to state, because you'll notice that part of the title of this show is rumors. Okay? So what I want to say about rumors, let me read for you the title of the show tonight, because I'm a nerd and I like doing that. It says, Discerning the Dark Web, Organized Crime, Rumor. Well, I think we've covered both of those somewhat, at least a foot in the door. Okay, rumors, speculation. Well, let's talk about rumors, because I'm of the opinion that there's some things that allow you to discern the validity of rumors. Like this. If we're 8 years in and we have a rumor that started in the very beginning and has persisted and has been a persistent rumor to this very day, and which included pre-knowledge of things that we've only recently learned, it would imply that there's some validity to that particular rumor. Now you start to take those threads and bundle them up. Okay? You have something solid to hold on to, which are likely credible rumors. You can do the opposite. You can also take something that's fleeting, that was only a fleeting rumor, that surfaced 2 years after the murders or 4 years after the murders. For instance, oh, here's a picture, and in this picture you see this phantom in the background, and it's only one person saying it, and it's only one person presenting it, and it's only presented years after the photo quality has downgraded from the 50th or the 30,000th screenshot. Well, you might be able to start to discern that maybe that rumor is just a factual speculation. It's just a rumor. It's just a thrown out there. It's a shot in the dark. It's just one person throwing something out there to see what sticks. Okay? There's a very big difference between one and the other. Okay? So with that in mind, we can go back in time. We can look at what we know now because of time exposing greater details. And we can say, wow, well, who knew that early on? Who knew that there were sticks on the bodies in March of 2017? Who knew that one girl was nude and one was clothed in 2017? And these sorts of things. Okay? And we can piece those things together. And that's what I ask you to start to conceptualize when you're reminiscing about all of the info in this case, going back to the very beginning. Because one thread that we pull on that always maintains its integrity has to do with the matrices. What are the matrices, Prof? Oh, I don't know. Why don't you go into Reddit and figure out if you care about this crime? Because the POI matrices are perhaps the most important thing we have. And you're going to be learning why tonight. We actually do like Doug. You know, we don't say it, we do it. Because Doug says we're going to go back to the beginning and start all over. We actually go back to the beginning and we actually start all over. And it's a reverse engineering of sorts, okay? So I'm going to skip this because we've already gone through this, but this is basically this is a screenshot of the Wikipedia article on the dark web or dark net. Okay, so if you go into the dark net, it will bring you into this. And what I highlighted here, I'll just read this alone. Okay, it says, let me remove this Sleuthy. Sorry, Sleuth. Okay. It says, a December 2014 study by Gareth Owen from the University of Portsmouth found that the most commonly hosted type of content on Tor was child pornography, followed by black markets, while the sites with the highest traffic were dedicated to botnet operations. Many whistleblowing sites maintain a presence, as well as political discussion forums. Sites associated with Bitcoin fraud-related services and mail order service are some of the most prolific. So basically what this is saying, that in its inception, child pornography was the name of the game. Sorry. And followed by black market. So moving money and children. And as an example of that, and because we're talking about Delphi, I pulled this from the Daniel Norfleet. Okay? Now you may remember that Daniel Norfleet, I'll read this paragraph for you. On the desktop computer of Mr. Daniel Norfleet, Delphi, Indiana, there were over 1,200 notable image files of CSAM and child erotica. There were two images specifically that show various female children approximately 7 to 9 years old, fully nude in different sexual situations. There were 3 additional photos of female children approximately 4 to 6 years old, fully nude in different sexual situations. Finally, there's a photo of a female child approximately 12 to 14 years of age, fully nude in sexual situations. Keep in mind that these are the ones that a doctor could verify. Okay. The search history on this device is comparable to that of the laptop with several searches for child pornography. Additionally, this device was used to access a peer-to-peer file sharing network called Ares. There are 18 search keywords documented, which only 2 different terms were searched. Those terms were PTHC and bestiality PTHC, which means that Mr. Norfleet was searching for preteen hardcore and preteen hardcore bestiality. There are also 10 different Onion router URLs documented, which is an internet browser used to access the dark web and is known to be utilized due to the levels of anonymity. Next is a screenshot from Mr. Alex Voorhees in conversation with Josh Moeller. What about Emily Ann 45 or Anthony _ shots or Anthony _ shots? These are from the Kagan Klein transcript. Where was the trading mostly done? Reddit, 4chan, Archives of Sin? Police think there may be a dark web aspect to all of this, but I think it was mainly just those sites. Josh Mueller says, it's a bit weird to me to be approached in such an informal manner. That's because Alex is an asshole. He don't care. He's going to get you, okay?
Alex is the best.
When it's related to an investigation by someone who isn't associated with the police. Well, why are you squirming, Josh? All of the chats on her account are gone as she hasn't used the account in some years. How do you know, Josh? So, what is Alex asking here? What is being asked? Alex is saying, is this shit on the open web or is this shit on the dark web? That's basically what he's asking. Now, this guy's dodging the question, but check it. Remember that I told you that when I was deep diving the 4chan archives for Delphi related discussions to try to ferret out any bullshittery, I stumbled upon hundreds of gore porn links right there sitting in the wide open on 4chan. Why is that intertwined with Delphi murders discussions? And why, when I'm searching Delphi murders discussions, am I finding creeps discussing liking this sort of thing? Were they plumbing? Were these creeps going and scouring the 4chan for an attempt to seek out Abby and Libby's photos? The next is a comment with a member of the Delphi community formerly associated or in contact with Mark Cohen. Mark probably had one of his hacker friends hack into it. They're controlling everything. The next is by another member. That we're getting into community discussions, just heads up, okay? It's interesting to note that in this screenshot we see, which is a screenshot I had posted, so this is a comment on my channel. Good luck in finding it, trolls. One, it is common knowledge Murder Sheet is being used as a mouthpiece by actors within law enforcement to subvert the gag order, because social media is not considered to be actual media by the judge, despite the fact that the majority of people get the majority of their information through social media. And consider consensus on social media to be more reliable than statements made by authorities or technical experts, according to Edelman's annual trust survey. But that is neither here nor there. And two, whoever is speaking here admits to getting leaks as well, as if this is a common occurrence to shape the narrative, but no self-reflection as to whether those leaks are intended to direct his or her editorial decisions. But not included in this post is any mention of three deliberate leaks of disinformation to creators to track who is sharing information and the extent to which creators verify before publishing rumors. Also not included is mention of four, how Chris Todd is trying to push certain narratives out through other creators, but without ties back to him. Now, why would he do that? Possibly because he wants the topics to be brought up so he can get more airtime on Court TV, perhaps in an attempt to stay relevant since the long Reddit post he published as the cash grab book is irrelevant, superficial, and incorrect in its main premise. In my opinion, I also wonder if it should be mentioned that 5, Discord is actively monitored by law enforcement. Heads up, Troll Farm. With some admins said to be LEOs. An allegedly notorious hacker known as Blank is actively collecting information for LE and or prosecution. There are a few gatekeeper channels that recruit other creators and mods. They host private discords just for creators where they share the latest thing, that just got dropped. So those in their group have something to talk about on their channels. You know which Discords we're talking about. There's a bunch of them. They help get new creators up and running. Gatekeepers. Groomers. They offer to set up their social media and payments. Maybe do a promo reel or intro. Give them a couple donations. I would add, help them create some content. Have them as guests on their show when they first surface in the YouTube sphere to give their channel a head start. Include them on live panels to help grow an audience. Basically, groom up. Basically, they groom up and coming creators to be on the team and be part of the club that talks endlessly to generate clicks for one another and promulgate a particular narrative. But if you ask the wrong questions, like Prof did, or mention a few of the huge, very inconvenient elephants in the room, like Prof did, watch out, here come the troll mobs. Unrelated, I'm starting to wonder about the Prof's seemingly newfound interest in the Dread Pirate Roberts case a few weeks back. Somehow no one talks about that situation anymore. Jinx is a liar, says to ACV 5360. Dread Pirate Robert is allegedly Mark R, aka Mark C, aka Mark that was texting Woodhouse allegedly, aka the guy with the GoFundMe. Dread Pirate Robert was not only Princess Buttercup's love interest, but he was also the creator of Silk Road, the dark world wide web's largest marketplace for whatever you want. Back in the day, they arrested Dread Pirate. He's still locked up. However, there was another guy that no one was able to identify. Fact. And he was the mastermind. Fact. He also went by Dread Pirate. Fact. And is still out there. So Mark R is either extremely pretentious and arrogant to believe he is worthy of carrying Dread Pirate's sword and the Silk Road moniker, or considering the circumstances, he could be that someone dabbling in the virtual ethers of the darkness, allegedly. Okay, and now I will read you something. Silk Road was an online black market and the first modern darknet market. It was launched in 2011 by its American founder, Ross Ulbricht, under the pseudonym Dread Pirate Roberts. As part of the dark web, Silk Road operated as a hidden service on the Tor network, allowing users to buy and sell products and services between each other anonymously. All transactions were conducted with Bitcoin, cryptocurrency, which aided in protecting the users' identities. The website was known for its illegal drug marketplace, among other illegal and legal product listings. Between February 2011 and July 2013, the site facilitated sales amounting to 9.5 million Bitcoin. In October 2013, the FBI shut down Silk Road and arrested Ulbricht. Silk Road 2.0 came online the next month, run by other administrators of the site, but was shut down the following year as part of Operation Anonymous, or Onmous, Onymous. In 2015, Ulbricht was convicted in federal court for multiple charges related to operating Silk Road and was given 2 life sentences without the possibility of parole. Let's see. Due to, in part, to off-duty research conducted by IRS Criminal Investigation Special Agent Gary Alford, Ross Ulbricht was alleged by the FBI to be the founder and owner of Silk Road and the person behind the pseudonym Dread Pirate Roberts. The first mention of the website was by a user named Altoid. Further searching into this Altoid profile led him to post about an open position that told interested applicants to contact what was Ross Ulbricht's personal email. That was his faux pas. During the arrest in October 1, 2013, the FBI seized his laptop, which he was using to connect to servers and manage the marketplace. Ulbricht was indicted on charges of engaging in a continuing criminal enterprise. Remember, this episode also includes the words organized crime. Distributing narcotics by means of the internet, and 4 conspiracy charges related to distribution of narcotics, computer hacking, money laundering, and false identity documents. He was separately indicted for a single murder for hire charge. Prosecutors alleged that Ulbricht paid $730,000 to others to commit the murders, although none of the murders actually occurred, thank God. The FBI initially seized 26,000 Bitcoin from the accounts on Silk Road, worth approximately $3.6 million at the time. It's unimaginable what that is worth at this time. I'm sure Kay West could go figure that out for us real quick. What's the value of 26,000 Bitcoins today? FBI said they would hold the Bitcoin until the trial was over, after which the Bitcoin would be liquidated. In October 2013, FBI reported it seized 144,000 Bitcoin, worth $28.5 million in 2013, and that the Bitcoins belonged personally to Ulbricht. In June 2014, the U.S. Marshals sold 30,000 Bitcoin in 10 blocks in an online auction worth an estimated $18 million at contemporary rates, and only about a quarter of the seized Bitcoins. Another 144,342 Bitcoins were kept, which had been found on his computer, roughly $87 million in 2014. Blah, blah, blah about more Bitcoins, okay? And we'll move on a little. And I want to get to this. On November 3rd, 2020, after years of inactivity, observers of the Bitcoin blockchain detected 2 transactions totaling 69,370 Bitcoin in Bitcoin Cash, worth approximately $1 billion. In total, at the time of transfer, had been made from a Bitcoin address associated with the Silk Road in 2020. At the time of the transfer, it was worth 58 times its value in 2015. It was subsequently revealed that the transfer had been made by the U.S. government in a civil forfeiture action, according to a press release by the U.S. Attorney's Office in California. The Bitcoin wallet belonged to an individual X who had originally acquired the Bitcoin by hacking Silk Road. God, it never fucking ends here. Silk Road provided goods and services to over 100,000 buyers. So remember, this is not 100 dudes on this fucking site. Over 100,000 users that actively made purchases or sales. Over the 2.5 years in which the website was in operation, it generated 183 million in sales and 13 million in commissions based on the value of Bitcoin then. And if you take that Bitcoin and value it as of its value today, it would be astronomical, absolutely astronomical. Okay, like I said, all of this was anonymous. All of this was in Bitcoin. Okay. Jeez. Okay. The Farmers Market was a tour site similar to Silk Road, but which did not use Bitcoin. It's been considered a proto-Silk Road, but used the payment services of the normal web, such as PayPal and Western Union. This allowed law enforcement to trace payments, and it was subsequently shut down by the FBI in 2012. Other sites already existed when Silk Road was shut down, and The Guardian predicted that these would take over the market that Silk Road previously dominated. Atlantis was founded in March 2013, closed later, while Project Black Flag closed in 2013, October. And in October 2013, Black Market Reloaded closed temporarily after source code was leaked. The market shares of various Silk Road successor sites were described by The Economist in May 2015. So it's a big fucking deal. This is what they're saying. Okay, on November 6, 2013, administrators from the closed Silk Road relaunched the site, led by a new pseudonymous Dread Pirate Roberts. This is what the previous screenshot, this one here, was referring to. Okay, Jinx is the liar says, she says, however, there was another guy that nobody was able to identify. Yeah, it's Dread Pirate Roberts 2.0. You get it? This new Dread pirate, Roberts, took the precaution of distributing encrypted copies of the site's source code to allow the site to be quickly recreated in the event of another shutdown. Okay, well, guess what? I'll skip the updates. Here's the deal, though. That particular contingent, do you think they just put down their computers, pressed the power button, took their glasses off, and have operated for the past 11 years, like gone got jobs as construction workers and, opened real bank accounts and just started like being upright members of society? No, they still around in these streets, okay, and they are hiding in the darkest corners of the dark web, because you have to understand, when all of us were completely ignorant to the reality, existence, and enormity of this aspect of the underground economy, these people were running it. So what do you think they're doing now? Where do you think they went? Okay. Speaking of criminal networks, okay. Affidavit of probable cause in support of search warrant in the state of Indiana versus an investigation, or in the matter of an investigation by Rushville, okay. Comes now your affiant Major Todd A. Click, the one that they want us to think smokes crack and is not a good cop. Being duly sworn. Yeah, because he comes up with fantasy world scenarios like there being Vinlanders operating in Indiana. Having been employed as a police officer with the Rushville PD since May 2001, okay, and remember, this is 2019. Currently serving as Assistant Chief of Police, holding the rank of Major, where I'm responsible for supervising major criminal investigations. I have extensive training and experience conducting major criminal investigations. I've served for detectives from August 2008 to December 31st, 2011. In August 2018, I began providing investigative assistance to investigators working the double homicide of Abigail Williams and Liberty German in Delphi. During the course of this, I learned that Johnny Mesher and Eric Basham were involved in a kidnapping that occurred in Indianapolis, Indiana. I had spoken with Taylor Harnedy, Johnny Messer's ex-girlfriend. Taylor told me that Johnny Messer and Eric Basham had gone to Indy on December 29, 2017 to purchase methamphetamine. Taylor told me that Johnny had been in contact with a guy she thought was named Mike. Taylor told me that Johnny Mesher and Eric met with Mike and gave him $4,000 to purchase meth. Taylor told me that Mike failed to return to where Johnny and Eric were, and Mike had essentially stole their $4,000. Well, in meth world, that means your head's on the block for murder. Taylor told me that Johnny kidnapped a friend of Mike's. Taylor told me that the friend went by the street name of Wiener. Sorry. Taylor told me that Johnny Messer kidnapped Wiener at gunpoint until he either got his $4,000 back or he got $4,000 worth of meth. Taylor told me that she had previously installed a spyware program. Now, listen, I'm going to be very crass here. You motherfuckers listen right now. Think about what we're talking about. I'm not making anyone innocent in this scenario, so think. Taylor had installed a spyware program on Johnny's cell phone that allowed her to listen to Johnny's surroundings through the speaker on his cell phone. Taylor told me that she was listening to the kidnapping as it was happening. Taylor told me she could hear Wiener begging Johnny Messer not to kill him. In November 2018, a search warrant was obtained through Vigo County, Indiana for Taylor Harnity's cell phone. This search warrant was in conjunction with the Delphi double homicide investigation. During the search of Taylor's cell phone, recordings of Johnny Messer's cell phone calls were found. One of those recordings was of Johnny Messer talking to someone regarding the theft of his $4,000. The phone call recording corroborated Taylor's report of a kidnapping in Indianapolis. On January 15, 2019, I went to Putnamville Correctional Facility and interviewed Eric Basham. Eric Basham confirmed that the kidnapping took place. He told me that he had recently gotten a large monetary settlement. Eric told me that he and Johnny Messer had gone to Indianapolis to purchase $4,000 worth of methamphetamine. Eric told me that he and Johnny Messer made contact with one of Johnny's connections. Eric Basham told me that he gave Johnny's connection $4,000 and this guy was supposed to come back and give them $4,000 worth of meth. Eric told me that this guy stole his money. Eric told me that Johnny Messer grabbed this guy's friend Wiener at gunpoint and put him in the truck. Eric told me that Johnny Messer had a .380 handgun, but that he didn't have any bullets for the gun. Eric told me that Johnny was trying to use Wiener as leverage to either get the $4,000 back or get their meth. Eric told me that he tried to convince Johnny several times to let this guy go, but Johnny refused. Eric told me that Wiener was able to find them a supplier for $4,000 worth of meth. Eric told me that Johnny released Wiener once they got the drugs. On January 28, 2019, I was contacted by Taylor Harnity. Taylor told me that she was cleaning her house today and found an old cell phone. Taylor told me that she thought that the cell phone belonged to her ex-boyfriend, Johnny Messer. Taylor told me that she entered the cell phone and confirmed that the cell phone belonged to Johnny Messer. Taylor told me that she also found text messages in the phone regarding Johnny's involvement in the kidnapping that occurred in Indianapolis. I have probable cause to believe the evidence of the crime of kidnapping may be stored within a cell phone that is described as a blue Samsung Galaxy belonging to Johnny Messer. Okay, blah, blah, blah. I want the stuff. Okay, let go of the wiener, Johnny.
Yeah.
I mean, dude, I mean, if it wasn't for the street names,
Mhm.
we wouldn't have anything to laugh about. So thank you to
Right.
Wiener for taking
Yeah.
that appellation. And thank you for Johnny for kidnapping him for your meth. And thank you for Taylor for coming clean. And thanks for installing the spyware. And
Yeah.
boy, you guys are a fucking rowdy bunch.
Woof.
Moving right along. And don't worry, guys. I'm painting a picture for you. You're not going to understand it till we get to the end of the lane here. So sorry, Adrian. Hold on tight.
Oh no, no, this is good. This is good.
That's a lot of verbiage, but I'm used to reading. Okay, so
Mhm.
what we have here is an appendix summary in the case of State of Indiana versus Richard Allen regarding the cell phone summary of discussion between Cohen and Fortson. I'll skip portions of this, but I will highlight portions of this. Since he's here, I might as well just get another laugh off. Is that EOA channel has some real potential cult victims in his comments. Okay, there you go. Now, here's the good stuff. Number 4 mentions Robert Lindsay. If you want more Odin stuff, Gabe Ellis, Eric Williams, Duster Prater, Tyler French. I agree, guys. Sons of Odin. Is that Kokomo crew or people connected to Odin suspects? Prater can be connected to Westfall. Yes. Clutch blamed the family for it, said Cody Patty would be taking the fall. More on that later. Pictures of ruins, meaning runes. Runes. Woodhouse sent that. Former mayor working for McClellan has Odinist ties. Who is Max Snowberger? Ties to Garrett Kurtz. That should be Kurtz. Child molester Marcos Salinas got nudes of both, communicated with 2 accounts from Klein's Dropbox. Libby wanted Max. Max wanted Abby. Facebook classmates of Libby and Abby. Marcus Salinas tied to KK Dropbox. Salinas has ties to Alan. No, has tied Alan to CSAM. Snowberger got nudes. Yes. Hannah Rostel. Okay, are you guys getting what I'm pointing at yet? Brandon Woodhouse stuff gives you more cover. What does that mean? Wants Nick to stop hiding shit. So do we. Wants people to stop running their mouths over shit they don't know. So do we. Picture of F tree. I'll go visit Snay to smarten him up. Picture of F tree to clear up false information. Abby's grandma says thanks. Screenshot of screenshot printed on paper, then cropped. 3/20/18. What is that? Because we know Holman did not investigate the leaks. So, like, if anyone's living in Delusionville, Holman did not investigate the crime scene photos. He did not. He partially looked into the crime scene photos, is what he did. Where am I? Nick drunk at bar. My cousin was there. Derek. Nick said Cody Patty should be worried. A series of pictures not related to the defense. Okay. What are we getting at, Prof? I would like you to listen. You don't have to read this stuff. I know it's extremely tiny. I would like to thank Sonny Justice ahead of time for her steadfast dedication to this case for many, many years. Okay. In the archives of the Sonny Justice channel can be found this particular show in which I am going to quote directly from Sonny. Please ignore the 2 Troll Farm members on the screen. They didn't contribute at all. So this is purely Sonny. So we have Garrett Kurtz saying, hey, Ashley was talking with Sheena Cottrell, Sheena Dillon, and Nick Edwards about the murder tape. So all we have to do is look as far as a couple blocks, and if you see on the screen, she's put up on the screen Sheena Cottrell's location to Keegan Kline, you see? And Jason Palladino. Okay, so just listen up. Understand what she's getting towards. I'll be reading it closely, okay? You got Palladino, Cottrell, Kline within blocks, okay? And listen to the story. So Kurtz is talking about Ashley talking with Sheena and Nick Edwards about the murder tape. What does that mean? It means snuff film. But actually, I've since discovered it's snuff films with an S. Okay. All we have to do is look as far as a couple blocks away to realize that these people Sheena lived, you guys see November 30th, 2016 to June 7th, 2017. She lived in that part of Peru, just a few blocks over from he and Kline. If anyone truly did their homework, they would find a lot more people in the area, names that are consistent. You know, um, two other people, well, they wanted to look at Google Maps and do some digging for themselves or whatever. We're not going to sit here and put out everything. I feel like this was important to show for anyone that understands that the Keegan Kline side of it, and then there's this Garrett Kurtz side of it, and Palladino side, and Ashley Garth side, whatever. Okay, and then she says, it's like putting a puzzle piece together. You know, it's like, to me, if you have Keegan Dunker, for instance, and I have him attached to Garrett, and we have Garrett Kurtz attached to Ron Logan, and a girl were found on Ron Logan's land, and they were told to meet south side of the bridge right in the trap zone, it would make sense if I can find for myself, besides the markings, again, people can laugh all they want. I don't give a fuck, but I can find markings. And of course, I'm sitting here saying that Dunker, he and Dunker, Austin Popejoy, Keegan Kline, they all attach and each other to each other. And really, on top of it, there's a mask which I can show, just saying put the puzzle piece together. So if Sheena Cottrell, if Garrett Kurtz is talking about Sheena Cottrell and her knowing about the murder tape and stuff, and again, there's the stuff you either believe, you could choose to believe it or just ignore it. For instance, that Cottrell's name is everywhere, no matter where you look. The name's around there, a few names all over the map. You see, but I'm saying that it's attaching itself from Garrett Kurtz talking about Ashley and Sheena and Nick Edwards. And you just see how far they live from each other. You don't think, of course, they knew everyone knows each other, usually in these small little towns. They all know shit that's going on there, right? I'm wondering what that middle connection is and why. I don't want to say people aren't talking, but we don't know what people have talked to the FBI or LE, but we don't know at the end of the day right now. You know, there could be a lot of people that have gone there, but it's their job to have information to prosecute. And they're not going to sit there after 5 years. And by the way, this is 2 years ago, so that was 5 years from the crime for her. And they're not, without having done their homework and make sure their ducks in a row before they even decided to prosecute, you know. So think after listening to Doug Carter myself that they're just on the verge, like they know certain things, they're just getting their ducks in a row, like the scanning of Tony Kline's documents, different things of that sort. They're just looking at what's out there, what's been said. You know, Jason Palladino connects to Sheena Cottrell. Sheena Cottrell is right down the road from Keegan Kline. You know, it makes sense that Sheena and Jason Palladino, that they knew about Keegan's Dropbox. And that the revenge side comes to the other side, to Delphi, of the Delphi girls. You got Libby that's nude, covered under sticks. Remember, this is before the crime scene photos are released, allegedly. That was for a reason. So it's one of those things to me personally that if you have somebody that's into child porn or whatever, whether it's the dad or the son, whichever, then if you find Libby's body naked on top of that, you know you have Keegan looking up like about DNA. And you know he's not the bridge guy, nor is his dad. But it's plausible that Keegan Kline, because he's good with videos and making videos, it's plausible that he was there filming, right? Maybe again. Who knows? But all I'm saying is there's something in the middle that's missing, because Keegan goes over there, talks about it, and he's missing this part here. When you read the transcript, he's clearly as full-blown a liar. You know, that he's not saying something. So what is that something he's not saying? And that little something he's not saying to me is the people that use the Dropbox. Hence why perhaps, like, if two people are using phones and they can tell they're two different conversations and they're pinging in the same area, you know, again, look where Sheena Cottrell lives, in Palladino. Like, meaning maybe she knows, maybe Palladino's with Kline or whatever, texting a way to say, who knows, right? Because you can't tell who has the phones, but it's two people using the phones. They just know where the phones were pinging from, and they went to, and maybe Jason Palladino and Keegan Kline, where Keegan was trading nudes for pot or drugs or other things. Or at the end of the day, to me, there's this connection that goes from Palladino's side to Garrett Kurt's side to the Keegan Kline side. And I think this is one of the best connections here, is that the person's talking about murder tapes, and Ashley and Sheena Cottrell and Nick Edwards. And I think this is one of the closest connections to understanding that Jason Palladino would be the revenge. And I'm saying my thoughts would be the revenge. For all I know, Palladino and say Jeff Reagan or whatever his name is, you know, who knows? But good druggies are best friend druggies. And all I'm saying is that to me, this is one of the biggest connections to look at. For I'm anything from what we've looked at being said that connects. But it takes a lot of time. But there's to me, there is to me that Jason Palladino, if anyone knew about that Dropbox, it's probably going to be him, you know, and like Garrett, because my head keeps going back to Klein sharing Pope Joy's post that Keegan Dunker commented, made a happy birthday comment. Okay, so I know that's hard because it's a goofy ass auto-produced transcript, but do you understand what's being said here? Okay, now this is from the POI matrices, and I want you to take a look. Towards the bottom, you see Nick Edwards, rumored to have seen a snuff film. Sheena Cottrell, aka Dylan or Ford, rumored to have seen a snuff film. Okay, that's your Nick Edwards. That's your Nick Edwards. That's your Sheena Cottrell. Okay. So now,
I'm not saying it's not a problem, but at the same time, you need to tell that bitch to take a fucking polygraph because she's lying. I know she's lying.
I don't. Do you think she's under the impression if she can pin the blame of Libby and Abby's murder on you that she won't be sentenced longer in Nicole's murder?
That exactly.
Do you think that's even
I know
sense, though? Does it?
Ashley's a fucking evil, sadistic, fucking lying piece of shit. Yes, it makes sense.
Can you please tell me again, what did she tell you that she heard or that she had saw videos of the crime?
She told me that Sheena Cottrell and Nick Edwards had fucking videotapes of the shit and that she heard them talking about it. And then when I asked her about it, she's like, oh, I don't know nothing.
Okay. Listen again. And I want to thank my YouTube girlfriend, Open Secrets, for this amazing work. Amazing. Okay. Listen to this again and pay very close attention to the plural. Notice the names he names and notice the plural that he uses. Okay, let's back it up.
You know what I'm saying? It's not in our control, yours or mine. And that's good that you know you didn't do it, Garrett, because that's all that matters. They would have to prove you did it beyond a reasonable doubt. And if you didn't do it, they can't. But that doesn't mean that this isn't a problem for you. This is why I'm saying you need
I'm not saying it's not a problem, but at the same time, you need to tell that bitch to take a fucking polygraph because she's lying. I know she's lying.
I don't. Do you think that she's under the impression if she can pin the blame of Libby and Abby's murder on you that she won't be sentenced longer in Nicole's murder?
That exactly.
Do you think that's even
I know
sense, though? Does it?
Ashley's a fucking evil, sadistic, fucking lying piece of shit. Yes, it makes sense.
Can you please tell me again, what did she tell you that she heard or that she had saw videos of the crime?
She told me that Sheena Cottrell and Nick Edwards had fucking videotapes of the shit and that she heard them talking about it. And when I asked her about it, she's like, oh, I don't know nothing.
And were you like, why did you just say that then?
Yeah. And then she shut it down, wouldn't fucking talk about it.
What's her reason? How does she know this Nick person?
Huh?
How does she know this? Who is this Nick person and how did she claim to know him? Is this a friend or?
He used to live with her.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm going to stop it periodically so that you pay attention. In other words, this Nick Edwards and Ashley Garth connection, it's not like someone she met one day in passing that she heard a rumor. She used to live with him.
Oh. Wait a minute. So she's saying that she knew he did it and that he even had tapes of it?
She never said that he knew he did it. She said she knew that Sheena Cottrell and Nick Edwards were talking about who did it. That's what I said.
Oh, wait. I'm confused. Oh.
Sheena Cottrell and Nick Edwards not only had tapes, they were talking about who did it.
Her and Nick were talking about who did it.
Yeah.
Who? And she said that she saw video, or that someone claimed to have video of it.
Someone claimed to have video of it.
What did she say that happened in the video? What does
I don't know. I didn't fucking ask.
I think before you and her were dating, I think you had a completely different girlfriend. Because last night I looked up on.
Yeah, I wasn't even dating Ashley back then.
I know,
told you that already. I was engaged.
But because she was in love with you, probably still is, and your guys' history, I'm trying to pick your brain because you might not even realize that you have pieces to the puzzle. Maybe she did have something to do with it. Do you think maybe Nick was like a brother to her, and maybe she asked him to get revenge? Who is Nick?
I know she used to Nick, and then Nick went to California and went to rehab and got clean and shit. I know that. I haven't talked to Nick in years. Last time I talked to him was when I lived with Ashley on Burrow Street because he lived there with her.
Were they just good friends? Obviously they slept together, but was it like a friendship? Were they same in age?
No, it was more like he used to feed her dope and she used to.
Does he look anything like the sketches?
I mean, no, not really, because he has a bald head.
Where does Nick live now? When's the last time she probably saw him?
I think he lives in California. I'm not sure. I think she saw him right before she went to Florida to go to rehab. I know that.
What year was that?
I'm not sure, to tell you the truth.
So she wouldn't still be trying to cover for him. He's not still local, or you know what, right?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, last time I knew he was living in California. I don't know. Just like when I caught that domestic battery and strangulation that you see in Carroll County. That chick beat the hell out of me, and I fucking defended myself. And now I'm the fucking bad guy? Because if she was scared of me, she wouldn't have been fucking... She was constantly trying to get her. And I have fucking messages from my discovery in here that when I was with Nicole, before Nicole's death, she was texting me, telling me, you better fucking come see me, or I'm going to keep... You're never going to see Chevy again, and all that shit. No, that's not true. Not true whatsoever. She's not scared of me. If she was scared of me, why the fuck would she be trying to talk to me all the time?
Garrett, right now, I don't know my opinion on it because there's just so much new information. I can't organize my thoughts. But you're a singer? You sing?
Yeah.
You are a very good singer, Garrett.
She's good at what she does.
Like, very good. And I heard you rap at like 2 a.m. I feel like she came into your life and your life went to shit fast.
That woman ruined my fucking life. And if nobody else can see that, then I feel sorry for her. When she turned herself in Tippecanoe County to try to make herself look innocent, and it backfired majorly on her.
In Tippecanoe County in Bowen's murder?
Yep.
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, if I could read my discovery to you, I'd show you. Vince Lowe and Micro asked her, at the time of Nicole's murder, were you scared that you would be killed next if you didn't participate? She said no. They asked her if she was scared of me. She said no.
So, and didn't she help you kill her?
I mean, I can tell you right now that she participated more than I did. It was her idea.
So she couldn't stand that another woman was interested in you?
And she was jealous because Ashley...
Okay, let me clarify this point too, because this is before he confessed the actual reason they killed Nicole Bowen. Okay, now here's where it gets extremely deep. At this point in time, they were still lying about the reason that they killed Nicole Bowen was over jealousy of Ashley Garth. What Garrett later came out and confessed to is that they killed Nicole Bowen over a meth operation that he was involved with, that she had knowledge of. It's the prof's opinion that the Delphi murders is the meth operation that she had knowledge of that they killed her over. Do you understand the prof's opinion? Since everyone wants to gaslight and act like I don't say what I think.
Let me tell you this. Ashley used to go and sleep with dudes for drugs. I'd grab her phone, she'd be talking to everybody else, and like she'd be like, "Oh, come get me high and fuck me," and shit like that. And I'd get mad. And she's like, and I was like, "All right, you know, when the shoe's on the other foot, you're not gonna like that shit." Well, the shoes was on the other foot, and I had a girl that was a lot better looking than she did, and she didn't like that.
I doubt it, because Nicole was beautiful.
Yeah, she was beautiful. She was amazing.
That's why
I love that girl to death.
Because weren't you like giving all your attention? Because online, I mean, I can see that. I looked at everything last night, and I can.
Oh yeah, I was with her every day.
Very public, yeah. So it was. You were almost trying to get Ashley annoyed. Obviously not because you wanted to.
Well, no, I wasn't trying to get Ashley annoyed. Honestly, what the reason I started spending so much time with Nicole is because I was trying to forget about Ashley.
Yeah.
But I mean, this is what happened. Ashley knew the truth about what I told you about Ray. And when I was with Nicole and Russell. And Ashley messaged my buddy Russell and messaged Nicole's Facebook and said, "You better tell him to get his asshole back over to my house or I'm calling the fucking cops on me." My exact words were, do whatever you got to do. And I hung the phone up and I didn't talk to her. And she didn't fucking, and here's my fucking, when Ashley was in here, and then all of a sudden that she's out and the heat's on her, she's trying to point the finger at me and Delphi. Why wasn't she trying to do that shit when she was in here, is my question.
Yeah, or why wasn't she doing that as soon as she found out, if she thought that was you? If you told her this years ago, why did she come forward years ago?
Well, I can tell you right now, I can tell her nothing, which I'm sure you can already gather that. But, I mean, like I said,
yeah.
I have no reason to lie. And if she goes and takes a polygraph, and that will, I mean, I know it's not admissible in court, but she'll be able to tell right now she's fucking lying. Well, my biggest issue about all this is Ashley claiming all these things. If this was even remotely true, I wouldn't have even went and took a polygraph in the first place.
Right. And
I wouldn't have talked to the detectives, even when my lawyer told me not.
I'm going to shut him up because what he doesn't tell you there is he failed some of the polygraph and he's never admitted which questions he failed. So don't believe the gaslight from Garrett either. But don't you find that extremely interesting? That Garrett is putting himself, Ashley, Sheena, and Nick in something that no normal person would ever put themselves in. And oddly enough, Chris Mathis, Garrett's former friend, did the exact same thing. All you have to do is go check that out. And you know, I did a special for you guys on this channel. Let me share it here because I made this resource for you where I organized her videos a little better for your public consumption. Let's see. Here we go. Paste. So if you you can just save that playlist there, and that playlist will be a very thorough collection of Garrett's and Chris Mathis discussions with her. Essential viewing if you're at all interested in the Delphi murder. So go and save that playlist and go watch it and support, give her words of encouragement when you can, because she will be out of jail someday and she will see all of the amazing messages of encouragement you give her. So go and thank her for doing that work. But so here we have Garrett implicating Sheena, Ashley, and Nick in some snuff films. Okay, now, remember what I just read to you from Sonny Justice implicated those same individuals. And Kagan Klein, Palladino, Tony Klein, Dropbox, who else did I miss? Dunker, Pope Joy. Remember what I said at the beginning of my speech about rumors and going back and following the thread and see what persists. see what was said in the very beginning and what comes. See, they've never admitted that Nicole Bowen's meth operation that she had knowledge of, that she was murdered over, was Delphi. But it's my belief that it certainly had to have been Delphi. Because my dear friend Radar, who's I just see jumped in here, because she jumped in here, see, this is how synchronicity works. She jumps in, and she made me think about a story she told me about Ron. Is it okay, Radar, if I tell the story about Ron? I don't want to violate your trust of something you told me privately. But I think it's important to include in this conversation, almost like I feel that you jumped in at this time so that I would include it. I'll wait and see if I can tell the Ron story. Okay, thank you, Radar. I love you. You're amazing. So Ron, Radar went to visit Ron at the arrest of Garrett for the murder of Nicole Bowen. You may have remembered that Ron was like a father to Garrett. When Radar was speaking with Ron, what she told me some years ago now is that Radar said something to the effect to Ron of, or was it Ron that said it to you, that what would make you kill someone over? Like, why kill Nicole? What on earth would make you kill someone? And Radar said that mutually they looked at each other in the eye and had a simultaneous revelation of murder. What would be worth killing over? The murders of Libby and Abby would be worth killing Nicole over. That's what Ron and Radar came to as a epiphany, a simultaneous epiphany in discussion at the arrest of Garrett for Nicole's murder. And you know, that touched my heart so deeply when she told me that, because it gave me an epiphany. That, yeah, you would kill Nicole over murder, to hide a murder. Oh, Ron asked you. Okay, so thank you so much. I just love you so much, Radar. Ron asked Radar, what on earth would be enough to make you kill someone over? And they both had the simultaneous revelation, murder. And what had just happened at Ron's? A double murder. It's my opinion that the meth operation that Nicole had knowledge of that led to her murder by Garrett and crew was the Delphi murders. And that's a story that I've never told because I never asked Radar for permission to tell it, and I've never heard her tell it. But if she knew something about that operation, and if it was an operation that led to the deaths of these two girls, does it make sense that they would go and kill her? Okay. So, here she's chiming in. What would ever need to be done that would be worth murder? Talk about bizarre, about 20 seconds of ice there. Is that the way he phrased it to you? I wish you were on here to tell it yourself, sweetie. But thank you so much. You know I love you. Gosh, thank you so much. But the presentation is not over, ladies. Okay, gentlemen. I want to keep going because, listen, we're talking about old rumors. We're talking about real people having real conversations, real epiphanies, real knowledge, real human experiences. We're not fantasizing over here. Yellow Jacket says, sorry guys, I gotta find my spot. There wasn't a leak. There were people with access to things they shouldn't have had access to, sharing it between themselves. I've done it 1,000,000 times in the past 6 years. All kinds of various cops have done it. Friends and wives of cop have done it. Okay. They weaponized it at a strategic time. Well, sounds like the leaks to you, doesn't it? I think she's got a pretty sober-minded take on that. So, people with access to things they shouldn't have had. Weaponized subsequently by the prosecutor to try to kick off Baldwin and Rozzi from this case because they're badasses. Wife Lilith says, Mark is 1,000,000% a piece of shit, and all you piece of shits who won't acknowledge you're friends with him or that he gave you the pics, just know I'll be around. Mark absolutely shared the girls of the photos, unedited, to 4chan. The worst thing he could have done, and all you just say nothing, claiming he's a good guy. So many people have seen them pictures before they were removed. Someone on YouTube would never admit when you're wrong. You're more worried about filling a persona. I can't wait to see you all in Allen County Court. They know which bad apples to look for when you're there driving around. Mark, watch me, I'm watching you. 4chan, while full of disturbing info, generally has info that is true. Someone on the site confirmed Dread Pirate. Boards, 4chan.org, xthread 36171147/leak Delphi photos. How do you have access to those 4chan posts? I can't ever use it or find posts unless someone has linked. What is Holly saying here? Dread Pirate Robert, 33. All right, so here it goes. There are a few reasons Nick had to mention that he believed there were others involved, and he likely wanted to take power of that statement away from the defense before they were able to view the discovery and it be known to them. That's my personal opinion. There are some things in discovery that definitely suggest other actors, and one very key piece of evidence that concretely proves it. Well, what is that piece of evidence? Mark Cohen, a few warrants, crime scene photos, and notes from Mike Thomas. What kind of crime scene photos? Clothing, shoe prints, carved tree, indentation with looks like it could be a tripod, nothing majorly graphic. But I believe the person has those as well. I think you know what I'm saying without me actually having to say it. You mentioned that this person was planning on leaking but changed their mind. Were they going to leak photos you have? I'm not 100% sure I do, but that's okay. Sometimes I'm not real insightful. Yeah, they were planning on leaking 3 photos. The knife, the carving, and the one I'm referencing. Robert Fortson. Gray Hughes named a leak last night in his live. The leak. He abruptly finished live, made it members only for $4.99 and took it down. He admitted it was March 2017. Did he mention David Erskine? The pics and more. Pals with Becky and Kelsey, not Mike Patty, although he had spoke to him. What was he saying? Who saw this live? Anyone who watches Gray Hughes. Did anyone see this live? You want to report back on what the hell this is referencing? Who did Gray Hughes name? Robert Fortson and Rick Snay. I've shown this before, so I won't harp on it. They were found through the Yellow app and released on the dark web. I've heard it on many platforms and private rooms, old news. Okay? I can't show the crime scene pics. There were 3 and they were discovered online. They were shown through the Yellow app across seas and in Georgia. I wish I could be your source, but unfortunately I'm tired of being threatened. I knew it over 2 weeks ago. I can't tell my source like you can't. I'm not trying to take anything away from you. This is not a competition. You are definitely partially correct, but not quite a backwards F. The parts that make up the lines to the F are not straight. Backwards anything in Odinisms mean the opposite. But there were 3 left, and then the symbols in blood were uploaded online in a very evil, dark place. I wish I could share who had and show the pictures, but I had to earn my source's respect. I heard backwards F was in victim's blood on the tree. That rumor has been said for years, but I don't believe what they're showing as blood splatter is a front or backwards F, just blood splatter. Maybe I do believe there were 3 symbols left in blood, which later was found shared on the Yubo app. Maybe you're speaking of something very different I'm not aware of. The F in blood has been around a long time, but that is not an F the defense shared. Peggy O. We also don't know how Libby and Abby's pictures were circling around the dark web and in others' hands well before the leak last year. NCMEC was involved in this case, and they are the agency that tipped this dude in. Don Toretti, the dark web is flipping awesome for that kind of stuff. Who wants to put on Facebook? Lol, so many rooms to talk, and yes, bullshit, of course. But they continued and said some things I could not discount. Now, here's where it gets deep. To be clear, this was the crime scene photos that were blurred, not blacked, boxed, all still images, no video, audio. All the CSAM stuff was blurred out, not blacked out with boxes. Same 2 images. Makes sense? Yeah, so Tor, not I2P, a good start. So from your understanding, it was Snuff or LE that put it there. I actually believe it was a leak before the defense fucked up, not snuff material at all. In fact, the defense leak revealed more. But do you think it came from law enforcement or perps? Because the way people talked about it before the leaks was that it came from the perps, not just Fortson talking about it that way. In my opinion, considering the timing, I always assumed it came from LE, not any perp. Also, again, this was some time ago. Can't say for sure. Wait, I messed up? Wait. Oh, gosh. Did I just read what was on the screen or did I not? Yeah, amen. Oh, I read that one. Okay, sorry, I might be reading them backwards. I'm goofing. What's the dark website you saw? Let me move this so you guys can read this. What's the dark website you saw the pics on before the leaks? Damn, that was years ago. Give me a bit to think. Okay, this is 9/11/2024. Years ago, before the leaks. It was just a fib to alleviate the defense of was it just a fib to alleviate the defense of responsibility for the leak situation, or is it the real deal Fortson and maybe others were talking about? Well, I can tell you, I found them while researching and thought it was bullshit. They did not have the black boxes over the bodies. They were blurred out. Yes, same photos. It happened around the same times, like within a week. I originally thought Redacted sent them to me. Yet no, I recall me finding them at around the same time. What year and what site? Like, what was the site called? You're not the only one I've heard this from peripherally. I suspect that's where Kramos came from too. By the way, I'm not saying you're guilty of anything, because it's not like you're not like because you're not. It's like, does this place exist or not? So I read it backwards because that's what followed was a previous one. Okay. But what's being said here? Crime scene photos without black boxes, blurred out years before the leaks on the dark web. Sorry, I don't have it ready, Alex, but listen up. How many people are going to have to tell you that this has been on the dark web and they've seen it? They found it before it becomes a reality to you that crime scene photos were, at a minimum, were on the dark web years before the leaks. Is it possible that Garrett Kurtz's allegations of films or videos with a plural of the murders or the dead bodies or whatever it might be they are referring to, the snuff films of the poor bodies of Abby and Libby, are also, or at one time, were also on the dark web, just like the photos of the dead bodies of the girls were? Because we absolutely know, it is absolutely verified. I promised you at the beginning of this episode that there would be absolutely no question in your mind that the dark web has connections to Abby and Libby. And that connection, at a minimum, is that photos of their dead bodies were posted on the dark web years before the alleged leaks from the defense. We have discussions of videos. So the question is, were the videos also, if they exist, were they ever also on the dark web? And with all we've learned, it leads you to speculate, was there sort of some sort of monetary or economy around this material? Because we know, remember what I read to you, that, what was it? Let's get back to and read it. Oh, it's whatever I got to go back to that slide. Let's see. I want to show it while I read it just to help out those. This must have been the first or second slide I showed. That one. Okay, read it with me again. Garrett Owen from UOP found that the most commonly hosted type of content on Tor was child pornography followed by black markets. So my question to you, if this was hosted through Tor or any other sort, was there financial exchange happening in terms of Bitcoin or some other means for access to these, as this account said, very evil dark place where these photos were found? Anyway, I apologize for such a long and lengthy presentation on my part, but I really wanted to show and the proofs out for you that there's reason to be concerned. Okay, I'm sorry, Adrian. Please don't be sleepy.
Oh, no. I'm alarmed. I am alarmed.
I know I have not shared any of this with you, so it's fresh to you like it is to, yeah. But thank you, chat. I'll be chiming in with the chat, but I want to now transition to Adrian because that's the reason we're all here tonight. But I just wanted to establish in a somewhat factual basis for you guys that there's reason for concern, and we believe truth is not being told. Okay.
Oh my God. No, I was scared. I was scared.
Well, Adrian, since we're in a let me remove these chats. Okay, since we're in a serious discussion, yeah, I want to hug you too, Radar. I want to hug everybody right now. I know that you've personally experienced some of the gravity of this case. And I asked you earlier if you would mind sharing some of your experiences that are really unbelievable. So do you feel comfortable maybe telling us about it somewhat?
Yeah. I did have to write some of it down because I couldn't like remember things very linearly, but and I thought it was actually normal. I thought this was a standard thing that happened to everybody. So because I didn't get swatted, I didn't consider like it to be bad or anything because I didn't get swatted. I don't know what I was thinking, but um basically yeah, I started getting um oh yeah. Yeah, Noe. It's cool. Yeah. I don't see that's the thing I still don't know. I still don't know who the harassers are. I have an idea of some of them. But yeah, I can't really say definitively one way or the other, but um it was early May that it started, that I started getting, and that was the first time I actually went live on my channel because I was just doing like just presentations and stuff. And yeah, the very first live, I got the spammer person that comes into the, you know how you can wait backstage and they can like you can still see them and see what they're doing, um, even though you don't put them up on screen. That there was somebody like fondling themselves behind the scenes backstage. It was weird. And that was like the first time I ever streamed live, but luckily I didn't put them up on the screen. So that was good. But um, then shortly thereafter, I started getting the violent porn sent to my email. Um, I was afraid that if I clicked on it, it would, you know, there would be some sort of virus. I don't know. I don't know anything about like that kind of stuff, but um, that happened, I think, pretty much for a week straight. Was it just? It was just violent porn. It was just like links to violent porn, and it was just stuff that was on the regular internet. It wasn't like dark web because I wouldn't know how to do that basically. So um yeah, then like there were all these falling outs that were happening in the community, and I only use the word community because there's no other word for it. um so I thought like different people were harassing me or like doing things. I just couldn't figure out who it was. But eventually I was sent a picture of my house on Zillow. Um, and it was the stuff that I like the house as it was when we bought it, when me and my husband bought it, from the previous owner. So it would, I mean, but it had the current value. It was just weird. Anyway, so they had my address, and then I think a couple weeks later, after that, was it a couple weeks? A couple weeks after that, they like sent a picture, like a screenshot of like the address of where my husband worked at the time, my husband at the time. And then under it there, or like above it, was they said something like his profession. But again, I just assumed this is what everybody went through. Like I thought this was just normal. Like I know that's stupid, but like I just assumed that was Delphi for you. And then I got like, I think around mid-July, I got a bunch of emails with people's heads blown off, like ISIS style, or well, some of them were self-inflicted. Like I think one of them was definitely the Vegas shooter guy. Yeah, so Radar. That's why I was like, I don't really want to tell the story because I deleted everything. I did report a couple of the violent porn and the photos, some of the blown off heads photos, to Google, but like I don't really know how to access that. So it was like, um, yeah, basically like, again, so it's not normal. If that's happening to you, that's not normal. You can report it to not only Google, but you can also report that to the police, as Prof has told me. As we know, nothing is deleted forever. We will see. I definitely thought I was gonna get a virus. Like anytime I get any sort of anything and there's a link in it, it super scares me. So, but then like in very early July, I got a phone call from somebody who used to live in Delphi, that was a member of a MC support group, and they caught my attention because they're like, the crows came back, and they told me things or something, and I was like, oh wow, actually a very personable person, very interesting life experiences and whatnot, and told me a ton of the backstory of Delphi, and like, I don't know all the people in Delphi, so it seemed to kind of line up with what I had heard before. But as they got talking, they were saying like, oh, don't be friends with um like Mark Robert Cohen, don't be friends with him, don't be friends with Alex Voorhees. And then I was like, well, why? And they like wouldn't go into it. So that was weird. And that was like a 3-hour long phone call. It was just insane. But then, like, at the end of the week, I think it was the 4th of July weekend, because they called me, I think it was a Saturday, and they were like intoxicated and telling me stuff like, and this is this stuff I actually did write down because I was so kind of freaked out by it. But so they wanted to call me over the weekend, I think like Sunday, so that their friend could talk to me about Odinism. And again, like, I do feel like I was used very much as like a useful idiot for the whole Odinism thing, even though I still do feel like there's some very strong like things that still make sense to me. But anyway, so they wanted to talk to me over the weekend with their friend on the phone. But in the meantime, they like started yelling at me because like I had befriended Alex, and they were like, "Oh, they started saying literally like, I told you to stay the fuck away from him." Um, so like then they proceeded to tell me that he had hurt people, and that there were like, you know, protective orders taken out against him, and that like some of these people were um like the insinuation was that there had been like sexual assault that had happened too. And so then I pressed and I said, okay, well, who are these people? Like, how do you know this? I'm going to need to know some names. I'm going to need to know some years, locations, police reports, like anything. You have to give me something, because like I'm not just going to take like anybody's fucking word for it, you know? And they wouldn't give me anything. So then they said, like, we have people all over the country and we can be there to help you out if you ever need it, or something like that. And I was like, okay, well, I mean, basically they said like, you know, they would kill Alex themselves if they had to, and or that they would kill me if I didn't listen to them. So it was like, it was just a double, like, I don't know. It was like 2 threats in a row, and I think I hung up after that. So, and I had tried asking like more detailed questions that I don't really want to go into, but yeah, they couldn't tell me anything really. So then Alex and I, in the meantime, like I'm divorced now from my husband, like, so I'm not I just want to put that out there, but and it wasn't for any reason related to Delphi, but Alex and I had formed kind of like a friendship relationship, and he was coming to visit me, and he had gone on Frosty and Mark's live. He was in the In and Out, and he was saying funny things that weren't true about like Julie. It's not, I mean, it wasn't funny to Julie, so I apologize, Julie, and Skip. But he was just kind of like acting out and stuff. And in the meantime, like that was a Monday, I think. And the day before, so 2 days after that live, and then one day before he was going to come visit me, I got a telephone call from a local area code to where I am. And it was just, they called, I answered. I don't know why I answered, because usually I let everything go through. And there was a voice on the other end. It sounded like a lot of the voice of the person that I had been talking to, but it wasn't. But they said basically, we're watching you, and we're here for you, or like it was something along those lines. And then they just hung up. And it was just really like, I don't really know how to explain it other than like, okay, so somebody purposely took their time out of their day. It was just a whole mind fuck. Like, it, sorry to swear, but um yeah. So that kind of stuff happened, but like the fact that people were so concerned about Alex, to me, solidified the fact that Alex was scaring the shit out of people, and effective in what he was uncovering. So, and it always did seem like it had to have been criminal related because of Derek German's connection. And that doesn't mean that, like, you deserve to have your daughter murdered or your daughter's friend with her, but it's just that that connection exists there with meth and snitching and all of this other stuff. So, yeah, basically, all this stuff kind of does overlap, and they do care about people on YouTube, which is really weird. And yeah, so, but it's not normal to get, like, it's not normal to even get violent porn or people's heads blown off or like your house sent to you on solo or anything like that. That's not normal. I just assumed it was normal because everybody had experienced so much harassment in this case that I was like, well, thank God I didn't get swatted, you know? So if that's really the standard, like, thank goodness I didn't get swatted. No, all this other stuff is still harassment. And yeah, I guess I just have to start, like, yeah. So, but that's about it.
Sorry, the chat is making me laugh. No, I mean, when you talk to me about this, you know, please don't take this in a condescending way. Take it in a loving way. But when you talk to me about this, I thought that you somewhat exhibited the signs of an abused person, because it's like when you told me about it, it was so horrible, and you've even downplayed it somewhat tonight in the way you're telling, but it was so horrible, and you were making excuses for it and trying to normalize it, and I thought, wait up, Adrian. And that's why I talked to you for a while, and I tried to tell you, like, hold on, no, that is not normal. No one, like, people don't, everyone in this community doesn't receive like multiple emails of people with their heads blown off, and people in this uh, people in this community who have never shared their identity with anyone at all don't normally get pictures of their houses or of their spouses and their spouses' jobs and shit like that. And so I tried to help you understand that, like, that's in no way at all is it normal, and as a matter of fact, it's criminal and should have been reported from the very beginning. And it really enraged me. And then I asked you, I said, well, who have you ever shared your information with? And then I started to ask you, I said, well, what was a time frame, Adrian? Because I'm trying to understand what led to this. So in other words, you were targeted, and the intention, if I reverse engineer it, the intention would be to scare you, to scare you away, or to scare you off from the topic. It's terrorism. It's emotional abuse. And so I wanted to ask you, what were you doing at the time that would have led to this? And so we look back at your time frame, and it seems like we agreed upon this is like the end of March, the end of May, all of June, and the beginning of July. So I still have not figured that out, because when I went to explore the YouTube streets to see where you were spending a lot of your time, all that material has been deleted. So it was hard for me to understand what you were saying, but I sort of just have this gut feeling or this heart feeling that, well, okay, A, you came out of nowhere and started to show your face and speak your mind and become a part of the online community presence in a real way. So it's like you were beginning to establish a persona or presence in this conversation online. B, you were somewhat sympathetic towards the defense,
Oh
somewhat,
yeah.
and and that's pretty much all I really ever could understand because at the time you were not really friendly with Alex yet. You were not really enemies with anyone. You were being just normal and sweet and a person. So I started to think, well, Jesus, like the only reason I could see is that you're coming up as a voice somewhat sympathetic to the defense, somewhat, not even an extremist or a maximalist, just sort of a middle ground person with some leanings defense wise. But I think that whatever it was that you were doing, and I would ask the community to brainstorm with us because honestly, Adrian is reaching out for help, but also by sharing her experience, this is a community service to all of you guys to inform you on what to look out for and what not to accept, and what to raise a red flag about and reach out for help for. Because unfortunately, Adrian didn't reach out for help, and she bore that alone. And all of you know that for any person, it's it's too much to bear by yourself. And I'm really heartbroken that she bore that alone because of if I had known about it, I would have been doing something to help. And I know that if any of you had known about it, all of you would have surrounded her. But for her to be targeted in that way is absolutely unacceptable. She's a woman. She's a human being. No one deserves that sort of brutality. I mean, it is emotional brutality to. It's shocking to see that, and also to when it's personalized with your own home and your name and your address, and certainly the intention is to run you off. And so I don't know. You guys start thinking, out here. What was Adrian saying in May and June that would have led to this sort of extreme scenario? So,
It can happen to anybody.
have you? When's the last that you've received any of this? Is it pretty much died down?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Good. Well, I'm glad for you, and I'm so sorry that you had to deal with that. I've dealt with stuff, not to that extent, but I know no one here in my channel would accept that, and
Yeah.
and we don't condone that sort of behavior. I know there's some around here that do weird shit like that, but
Hmm. Yeah. I think it just I think everybody got used to the level of nastiness. So
Hard Candy says that's crazy. You seem like such a chill person.
Mm-mm. I can be.
Well, she said on her live stream recently, she's also an angry bitch if you make her, or something of that nature. That
Yep.
so don't let the chillness fool you.
Hmm.
Okay,
Thank you.
we got your back, even though it's digitally. I
Hmm.
knew the situation, but I thought it was under control. Adrian, I'm so sorry.
That's okay. Yeah.
Parasites trying to mess with our mental states. I mean, and look, here's why. Pardon me, just a minute. Jesus. Here's why I take it so serious. We have had suicides in this community. Do you guys understand this? Those of you who are doing it, who did do it, to her and me and others. We've already got documentation that you wish people to kill themselves. Some of you. We've had suicides in this community. Is that what you're reaching for? I mean, the time, we're not going to deal with it. And this is why the more you do these sorts of things, the more we will expose them and put them out in the total public, non-members only, community wall, everywhere we can to expose all of this, because we might not be able to name you, but we will show, so that it's not in dark. That's the title of the show, A Light in the Dark. We are shining a light in the darkness, and we will. That's the only thing that will clear this out. More than one, says Alex. You know, they will stop, and if they don't stop, they'll be exposed. So they have a choice. The choice is you stop and maybe get away from here for what you've already done, or you continue and just give more evidence to track back to you.
Well, yeah, and Alex went through a lot too. I mean, they basically wanted him to end his life. Um,
Yeah,
yeah.
mine too. They wished for it, but you know, the reason why I'm able to move forward with people is because I trust myself to judge people for myself. I don't need someone to tell me who to stay away from or who not to like or who to like. Uh, I take each person as they come, and I try to feel through time if I can earn trust and go forward. Um, I'm sorry, Veronica. I'm sorry for that. But that's what we're doing tonight. It's a tough one. It's a tough one. We're shining a light in the places that are normally dark. So I wanted Adrian to tell you guys. And I am concerned about the motorcycle affiliations. Adrian was saying how she's gotten these sideways ass threats from the motorcycle affiliated people. And that's the thing that's bothering me, is that from the very beginning, there's been motorcycle affiliations in all of the people surrounding this case. And the people, there's lots of people on YouTube, and you'd be surprised. And a lot of people doing the craziest and most evil shit. Yeah, I know. That's why I'm pissed about it too, Alex, is that why do that to Adrian?
He's not a scumbag though.
You're not a scumbag. But
Yeah, Alex has
why,
done
why go harder
incredible.
at Adrian than go at me or Noe or Alex? They really tried to scare her off permanently, which was the goal. And look, she's awesome because she didn't allow it.
Well, I think it was because, I thought everybody went through it. Heather. Okay. I will. Thank you, Heather. But yeah, Alex is not a scumbag. And he's right. Like, there were so many people before him, too, like Matt Sullivan, Jamie Hicks, a lot of people that went through some really horrible shit that totally did not, deserve that. So.
Well, you described some of this stuff to me,
Mm-hmm.
and it was like basically cartel type of stuff, which, if you were to go on the internet, which I don't suggest doing unless you're a glutton for punishment, and you start to Google up cartel hits, cartel murders.
Oof. Yeah.
Um, that's the sort of stuff you see.
Mm-hmm.
Skip, Julie, and Richard Allen got harassment from the same group. Okay. Well, I wish you could have a control to post. It would be nice with StreamYard if you could grab chat to highlight on the screen and me not have to
Mm-hmm.
do it. Because then I'd
Mm-hmm.
say, Adrian, grab whatever chat you want to address and throw on the screen.
Mm-hmm. Oh
Uh,
yeah, Julia, ATL. Yeah.
oh, good point. Okay, thank you, Alex, for the pivot. This is our okay. This is our message here.
Mm-hmm.
Let's keep in mind who all they did run off. Okay, that's what Alex is doing here, and it's a new day. They've run off Julia, ATL, Copfax, Clutch, uh, Allie. I forget her channel name.
Oh, uh,
The
unsolved crimes,
unsolved.
crimes uncovered, unsolved
Uh,
crimes uncovered.
uh, uh, Meow, True Crime Design,
Mm-hmm.
um, Don't Hate Create, uh,
I think.
Misbehaved.
Okay. Yeah.
Think of all the channels that have slowed down to a damn near halt. Raffy.
Yeah.
So you think this is just by accident? This is my message to the people. Then this is not even the topic of the show. I guess it falls under organized crime, but you think it's just by accident that this happens in this particular topic or Delphi murders? Yeah, you guys throw up the names of the people run off because I can't even. The list is so long that what they do to everyone is they just start harassing to kill. They start doxing. They start sending the dead pictures. They start sending you your own house. They start calling the cops on you, swatting you. They talk about your address, your children. They go after your family. They just gang stalking. It's cyber gang stalking, I guess I would call it.
Hmm.
True Crime Jesus. Yeah. There's a whole list. There's a whole list. I'm
Yes,
not going to keep going, but
there is, and like I don't know. I think to me the biggest thing are bullies. Like I really don't like bullies. Um, so you know, like just because like you're acknowledging them means doesn't mean that you're like weak or anything. Asking for help and showing other people mean you're weak or anything. Um, and there are red flags to know like who who are the bad actors, in my opinion, and then versus the people who still are able to kind of like be more nuanced and balanced in their ability to reason. So, I kind of talked about this the other night though, but like the people that lie and you can catch them in their lies, but generally they're very inconsistent. They don't necessarily know what they're talking about or they talk out of both sides of their mouth. Um, People who go through like crazy mood swings or they have a different grievance for a different person for a different day. Um, People who are constantly distracting or not answering your questions directly. Um, People who gaslight you, who like resort back to their logical fallacies of, whether it's just the ad hominem, like I'll attack your character, or straw man, I'll attack the argument you aren't making, or, whatever it is, like the appeal to authority. Well, how can you question the police? And, or appeal to like incredulity of like, wow, you really believe that? Like, that's dumb. Like, how many things would have to be overlooked or sidestepped or whatever? Like, it can't be a conspiracy. Like, all those things where people are just like gaslighting you and not making a good faith argument. It's like, why are you going out of your way to do that? Like, okay, so maybe you just want to be right, but also maybe there's another motive. Maybe there's like, why did people feel the need to extort people in this case? Like, who would want to like put pictures of themselves out on the internet just to get people to go along with, like, well, to catfish other people and then to get them to go along with your narrative and do your bidding out of fear that you're going to like reveal them? Like, there's all this horrible shit that's happening behind the scenes. And like, if people were normal, and this is another thing, like I gaslit myself into thinking that like, um oh, this is normal. This level of harassment is normal. So therefore, like, when you're seeing people get sextorted and shit, or catfished, or whatever it is in this case, you're like, oh, it's just part of Delphi. Well, no, it's not. Like, somebody has clearly infiltrated the whole scene to do weird shit like that. And why do you need to do weird shit like that?
Yeah, because if you just accept it, that's normalizing the abuse. That's what I mean by like that's what you were already kind of doing in the back of your
Yeah.
mind. It's like, fuck
Mm-hmm.
no, we're not going to
Yeah.
normalize this. We're putting our foot down. We're going to
Mm-hmm.
speak about it because it's unacceptable and it's
Yeah.
fucking freak behavior. And all you fucking
Yeah.
freaks, we're going to show you for the freaks that you are.
Mm-hmm.
And just wait because more is coming. And
Yeah.
isn't even about any individuals tonight. It's about a generality. Like we are going to admit that this exists. It's a criminal enterprise. We're never going to back down, and we're going to say it.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Um,
Yeah,
Larger
exactly.
creators won't touch the case due to the chaos. Yeah, I saw another comment. I apologize I missed, but the one that says they pit the good creators against each other. That's like the highlight of the night. I wish I could find it again, but
Yeah, it's
that's
divide, distract, that kind of campaign.
yeah. There it is. It's
It,
a new day. What an amazing woman. Yeah, they pit the good ones against each other. Well, look at what they did to you and me and Alex and Snay
mm-hmm.
and like look at and they've even tried to do it to Noe. Noe can tell you. Ask Noe how many. It's been more than a year and a half. They've been trying to tell him to get away from me.
Hmm.
Because they knew, like for them to break Noe and I's friendship up would be like a great accomplishment because it would weaken both of us, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I almost don't even want to think about who I really do now suspect of being that person, but I've been wrong before about people, so. But yeah, don't I guess like just push back if people are going to, try to scare you into submission. Why are they doing that? I like just want to ask them like, why are you doing that? What is your motivation? Who is paying you? Like, what are you getting out of this? Because normal people have, lives where we have to get shit done. We have to go to work. We have to, make dinner. We have to go out and get the groceries. Why are you spending so much time in Delphi land? It doesn't make sense. I mean, other than people are there purposely to make sure that, I don't know, that there can't be cohesion, there can't be unity, harmony, anything like that.
Yeah, well, it leads me to the speculation is like, are they being paid
Hmm.
or otherwise incentivized?
Right. Like, what do you have to gain from this? It's a full-time job. Like, I don't have energy to go through and do all of this. To even just combat it is like it would take forever. So,
Wow, you guys are awesome in the chat. The chat is now lit. Yeah. Okay, so well, damn, Adrian, are you tired? You looking kind of a little on the tired side.
I'm always tired.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Well, hey y'all, look, let's give it like 15 more minutes with Adrian, and we'll get the fuck out of here. Anybody got? If you got some good stuff, bring it to the chat. Bring the good stuff, and we'll let the chat
Mhm.
come to the forefront. I think everyone gets the message. So I wanted to look at my channel again. So if you notice on my channel, the past month we've done a lot. Like we've looked at we looked at all of the stuff with some of these people and how it might some ways tie to law enforcement. We spoke with
Mhm.
Master Trooper Joe about what he thought were like intentional negligences at the crime scene. We talked with Alex on a number of occasions. We talked with Rick about some of the same stuff. We've talked about a lot of the court happenings, how a lot of the things that are transpiring in the courts and in the hearings are raising like a lot of red flags. And so we've really been analyzing a lot of this, kind of dissecting things. But I know one of the things you wanted to do before we left, you were saying how you wanted to kind of give, maybe just give some of the things to look out for,
Mhm.
with red flags. So maybe I'll let you kind of hit on that, and then I'll look at the chat, and then we can
Yeah.
head on out pretty soon.
Yeah. Basically, yeah, just kind of the stuff I mentioned before, like the inconsistencies, the distraction, the logical fallacies, um, you know, mood swings,
Oh yeah,
people talking.
that's one you were saying how.
Yeah.
Go, can you elaborate on that one there?
Yeah, the different like you know, grievance with a different person every other day because it's just like that's also a distraction technique. It's living for the drama, but the drama is like all consuming. People generally focus in on the drama because it's like it affects them more in the immediate. If you have friends and people you interact with, like you want everybody to be cool and not, new stuff doesn't come out on the case all the time. There aren't new receipts or anything. So the drama is just a really good way to distract people. And you saw it yourself with Snay. Um, it was it was way too easy for people to just misinform, spread one thing through another person and whatnot. But yeah, like and then just gaslighting people into thinking that they're crazy or that they don't know what they're talking about. I really hate that shit because I already feel crazy like half the time anyway. And so not just in general, like trying to get stuff done and remembering where I put stuff and all of that. So Like, the last thing I want is to have to argue with somebody who is just there to play semantics and be a bad faith actor and make me feel crazy about my argument when I'm trying to have a genuine discussion with somebody, and
Hmm.
they're like talking in circles, or they're saying, like, appealing to emotion, like, how dare you question anything about, whatever. Usually the families, you know what? They lost a loved one. And I'm not calling them out for that. Everybody, just because I'm like, I want to see all of the facts, does not mean that, like, I do not think that there should be sympathy for these people who lost a loved one. You know, I think everything is still on the table. Like, one of the greatest things that I've learned from Alex is to not assume anything, to let go of the things that I needed to, like, put in a box somewhere. Like, everything is just out in the open, and I need to, like, almost, it needs to be jazz instead of classical music or whatever. So
Yeah,
that's it.
remember that's similar what I was telling you about. Um, like you can't go into this case thinking you know anything at all. You gotta like there comes a time when you literally have to wipe the slate,
Yeah.
and then you back away from everything
Mhm.
and you look at everything in front of you. You just put all
Yeah.
the cards out on the table and you say, okay, without knowing anything, if
Mhm.
I look at this mass of information and I start to exercise some logic and some discernment, and like I gave the example, if it's a rumor I'm looking at, then I say, well, let's take that rumor and dissect it. Let's take these screenshots and dissect it. Let's take the case that the state's putting across and dissect it, and all the different things. And you take everything together, you can kind of start to piece together something where it's like, okay, well, hey, I might not know any more than before, but at least I'm not misled. I'm in a place where I'm like, yeah, okay, well, now I can kind of think for myself. And I think that's all that gaslighting and then the logical fallacies you're describing, that's part of like the gaslight. It's like, don't treat me like I'm not a semi-conscious person, a healthy, thoughtful person. Like I know what I'm saying. I know what's coming out of my mouth. I know what I've thought about. I know what my intentions are. Uh, so when they do that to you, it's such an assault on so many levels. And I think that's you and I are very similar in that it angers us. It's like it
Mhm.
insults your intelligence, your
Yeah.
emotions,
Yeah.
your heart center. It's just a
Mhm.
full on assault. And you gave a really good example on your Friday show of how they were doing, how some individuals recently were doing to one of the werecats in our chat. Uh, it was really horrible and just a prime example. But it's not just that one example. It happens all the time by certain parties. And it's like, well, dude, like it's
Mhm.
inauthentic. Like at the end of the day,
Yes. Yes.
anyone sincere watching is going to be able to pick up on that. And so you're naturally dividing the community among like minds without even realizing
Yeah.
it.
Exactly. And some people are doing it more purposefully than others.
Hmm.
So, but yeah, I mean, it was a heavy topic. I really appreciated all the stuff you put together in the middle with the stuff that you did with the dark web. And thank you for letting me have the platform to tell people about stuff too, just to look out for, and don't gaslight yourself, maybe. But in the meantime, those receipts that you provided, totally shocking and terrifying a little bit. I mean, there's a whole bigger story there, right?
It's a
A
bigger
whole,
story. Yeah, yeah.
right, right.
And that's just something that no one's admitting. And that's part of the gaslight. It's like, listen, do we have to be called crazy for just pointing out it's none I didn't do any of this. I didn't type a single one of those letters.
Mm-mm.
So do I have to be called crazy, or do you have to act as if I ignore me like I'm a crazy person when I'm looking at all this that I did not create, that I'm just looking at that other people said that would have reason to know. I mean, it's infuriating. And so I'm looking at you guys and I'm saying, look, this information has been out there. I know that I'm somewhat of an aggregator. I put things together. So yeah, so I put it together. So it is there, but it's already been there. And for us to pretend that absolutely no way you're in fantasy world and just the total gaslight is infuriating. And so when I come on to do these shows for people, I'm trying to shine a light into, like, take some of what I understand and believe and think, and then try to show you maybe part of the reasons why I think some of the things I think, in the hopes that maybe you will also see what I see. And if you don't, it's fine. It's fine. You don't have to send pictures of heads blown off.
Right.
If you don't, just go away and move on and be told what to think somewhere else. Because here, I'll just show you a bunch of things that are convincing to me and at least thought provoking. Like woman here just made amazing thing. 5-4 is crazy. Yeah, you know why it's crazy? Because the witnesses that allegedly placed somebody out there place somebody that those witnesses only come up to the shoulder, and those witnesses are taller than 5'4". That's part of the gaslight. The gaslight is the sheriff trying to make me believe that a witness who saw a 1965 looking Mercury Comet type of vehicle actually saw a 2000 whatever Ford Focus. So it's all one thing, and that's the objective of my perspective at this point, that it's not just the sheriff. It's like a whole contingent of people that seem to be trying to push a narrative on the part of organized crime. That's the topic of our show. That was A Light in the Dark. And that was my play on words for our beautiful Enlight in the Dark, Adrian. Discerning the Dark Web, Organized Crime, Rumors, Speculation, and the Delphi Murders. So hopefully everyone here, you guys enjoyed it. Listen, not Radar. Adrian, if ever you feel threatened again, please let anyone in this chat, any of the community, just let people know. Anyone in the community here watching, and even on the replay, you guys on the replay, anyone ever feels threatened, let people know. Don't take it in silence. And I also posted this FBI cybercrimes link. It's the absolute best place to submit cyber threats to your well-being. They take it serious and they track. So once you start a track record, your case will be tracked, and it's a highly likely success rate if you're a victim of repetitive cyber crimes of that nature. And they do, I believe, a better job than any local will do. So Alex says justice for the girls. Absolutely.
Yeah, because of fear and other things.
And we do believe that there are other, I know that we all talk a lot here in this community, and I know most people believe that we're dealing with some organized criminals who have most certainly committed other crimes. As I referenced earlier, I believe Nicole Bowen was one of those victims, and I believe there's a lot of victims. Yeah, don't stay silent. Thank you, Heather Browns. Fantastic show. Adrian, you're brave, beautiful, got your back.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Well, any last words, Adrian?
Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Adrian. I'm just so happy. Let's see the smile. I'm so happy to have you here. Thanks so much again. Your amazing presentations. Anyone watching, please do yourself a favor. Go to Enlight in the Dark, Adrian's channel, and watch her videos. She does these amazing, beautiful PowerPoints, and she researches, she puts together, and she presents very well. So if you're sort of a nerdy type like myself, uh, go and watch her nerdy classroom presentations,
Yes.
Delphi, and you will not be disappointed. And I'm sure she'll be doing more. I'll be proud of her. But thank
Okay.
you. Everyone, please give Adrian the love on the way.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. God
Have a
bless
good
you.
night.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay. Bye.
All right. Good night, Adrian. That's Enlight in the Dark. Okay, Adrian. And we say a genuine, wholehearted good night to her. And uh, all of you in the chat, please say good night to her. I'm going to say good night to you as well. But I'm going to do it my way. Um, and then we'll go our separate ways and we'll meet again, hopefully sooner than later. Okay, we really do hope. Please remember to hit the like. Aside from going to her channel and subscribing, please hit the like on this channel, on this video. Please hit the support pathways if you're so inclined. Any of you who like to contribute to the channel, I prefer the Cash App. If you don't do the Cash App, I also like the Buy Me a Coffee. I'm a fan of the Super Chats from time to time because they light up the chat with a big ass banner. But anyhow, please support the channel and support our guests and our friends and each other in the chat as much as possible because we really do love everybody. And so with that all being said, please let me say good night to you all because I like to say good night personally to everyone. Like I say hello to you all. So let's see who's here. Let's see. Marianne Foster, good night to you. And we got Heather Brown. We got Veronica, Zero Cool, Cromley, Woman Doing, Brutally Honest, Radar, It's a God Thing, Phoenix, Sunflower Soul, Heather Brown, I already said that. Woman Doing a Shadow Band, formerly another woman doing impossible things. It's a New Day, Nui Amos, Veronica, Lisa, Shay Watson was here. Weird Alex V, thank you so much. Westy's here. Lisa, I already said Lisa. Who else we got in here? Support with Steffa, Margaret Nanover, True Justice, Paradox, It's a New Day, Sandy D, Dean Johnson, Shay Watson. Did I already say Shay? Oh, thank you, Brutally Honest. It's beautiful. Thank you. Who else is in here? Rick H. What's up, Rick H? Long time no see. What up, Rick H? Multi-tentacles, complex, nebulous, multi-perp, nefarious, insidious, poison chalice of Delphi. Shine the light on it, no matter the darkness. Thank you so much, bro. You're always bringing it. You're bringing it. Love you, bro. All right, we got bunch of others. A bunch of others. They were here much earlier, so I don't know. I guess if you were here much earlier, I'll just say good night to everyone who was here much earlier because I'm not going to go back that far in time to see you. But oh yeah, Truth Seeker was here. We had Julie Melvin here. Who else did we have here? Let's see. Got to squint the eyes to see this damn laptop screen. Oh, the chat was just so active. There's thousands of messages. It's hard to see. But I thank all of you who were here. Ashley Nudo, there you go. Okay, caught one. Let's see who else I can catch here. And Hard Candy. Yeah, I'm pretty much comfortable to stop there. So anyone who was here at the first half of the show, I appreciate you for being here. If you want me to shout out, do it now, and I'll say goodnight to you. If you leave chime in a little comment, say goodnight right now. I'll say goodnight to you. But otherwise, I'm out of here. There's a wonderful show, long show, and I'm so glad that all of you participated, and I hope that you got something to take from it. I know a lot of you already know a lot of this material and what's involved, but for those of you to who this is new, I want you to enjoy the replay. So thanks to everyone and thanks to the replay, and we'll say goodnight. Okay, it looks like the screen's freezing.